in a society in which the virus is circulating. So right at the get-go, they have a greater risk of getting infected. And then we know from a lot of experience now that the situation regarding whether or not you have serious consequences, hospitalizations, intubation, complications, and death, relate very strongly to the prevalence and incidence of underlying comorbid conditions, really disproportionately more expressed in the African-American population than in the rest of the population. And that particularly includes hypertension, diabetes, obesity, chronic lung disease. So unfortunately, we have a situation where it's sort of a double whammy of a negative capability to respond through no fault of their own because of underlying conditions they find themselves with.
Dr. Fauci, would you consider racism itself as being one of the stresses that certainly impacts the African-American community more in an extraordinary way to these comorbidities?
I think the question was, would I consider institutional racism as contributing? Yes, thank you, Congressman. Well, I mean, obviously, the African-American community has suffered from racism for a very, very long period of time. And I cannot imagine that that has not contributed to the conditions that they find themselves in economically and otherwise. So the answer, yes.
Edward Jerome, I applaud your announcement that provides for $100 million, for $40 million to go to the Morehouse College of Medicine for contact tracing and testing. I have introduced a bill which calls for $100 million for testing and contact tracing. Should we be seeking a larger amount, $100 million or more, for contact tracing and for testing?
Thank you, Congressman. For testing and contact tracing, we're going to need billions of dollars. I mean, that's the amounts of investment that we're doing partially through CDC. This specific award is to have Morehouse lead a consortium like 100 Black Men, Udunos US, the National Association of Community Health Workers, the National Council of Urban Indian Health, et cetera, to really focus on the specific educational, testing, and linkage to care needs of underserved minorities and some of those also in the rural population. My personal opinion is $40 million as a start. It's going to need to be a lot more than that in order to reach.
Thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Admiral. Next is Mr. Upton from Michigan.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. The testimony that we've heard thus far and the interaction that we'll have between all of our I guess the first question I have, Dr. Fauci, good friend, thank you for your service for sure. In recent weeks, of course, you made the statement that is 100 million doses of an approved vaccine before the year. I've heard from a number of companies, again, just in recent days, AstraZeneca, Pfizer, hopes to have perhaps 1 billion doses before the end of next year, calendar year 20. So as they are being now moved through the phase 2 process, maybe even get into some production a little bit later, early August. Not the approvals yet, but where things, because of the promise of getting into the marketplace and really saving the world, let's face it. What is your thought as to how early we may see an EUA, an emergency use authorization, approved for any of these vaccines based on what you know today, and under those that we may see something in the next number of months in terms of an approval? Lay out what you think is a real distinct possibility of where we might end up being.
Okay, thank you, Fred. I didn't hear
on as well.
I didn't hear everything you said, but I think I got enough of it to answer your question, at least the last part, that I think is very important, and I welcome the opportunity to address this. The idea about the doses that would be available, doses in the beginning of the year, some companies saying that in a couple of years, a year or two, they'll have as many as 1 billion doses. I think that's real. Most people would raise their eyebrows and think that how is that going to happen? And it is because things are being done at risk. Companies are starting to plan before you know the vaccine works. So the risk of the speed is not risk to scientific integrity. It's risk to money. So put that aside. The point that Congressman Upton made, I think is we need to be careful that we don't jump because of our need vaccines for those who need it, that we do not definitively prove safety and make decisions about distribution. We've heard a lot about emergency use authorization. An emergency use authorization is important, but it has to be done in a situation where you fulfill the criteria for the emergency use authorization. I would be very disappointed if we jumped to a conclusion before we knew that a vaccine was truly safe and truly effective, because I wouldn't want the perpetual ambiguity of not knowing whether or not it is truly safe and truly effective. That's the reason why we're doing several randomized placebo-controlled trials with power enough that could give us that answer. I hope that answers your question, Fred.
Well, just one quick, what would be the earliest thing under the best scenario that we might be able to see an EUA issued by you all, along with, I guess, would actually be the FDA, right? That would actually issue that.
Yes, the answer is yes. Let me just quickly answer that, hand it over to Steve, because he may want to answer that. We're going into the first phase 3 efficacy trial in July. It takes at least a month to get to the second dose. You'll take another couple of months to accrue or enroll enough people. There is viral activity in the community. And we have our site in the United States, but all over the world, in Brazil and in South Africa. So if we get an efficacy signal, you're going to get an efficacy signal more quickly the more cases there are. Now, if it turns out that there are not a lot of cases, it may take longer. And that's to give an accurate prediction of when you're going to get those data. Steve, you want to take it from here?
Yeah, thanks. So just a couple of issues to your point, Congressman Upton. One is we are working with sponsors across the board, private industry, Operation Warp Speed, et cetera, those who are developing vaccines, and we're providing technical assistance regarding clinical trial design, the number of participants in the clinical trials, as well as the endpoints that we want to see to make an adjudication about safety and effectiveness. And I want to emphasize what Dr. Fauci said, and that is the acceleration is really around taking financial risk around the development process. The acceleration is not cutting corners with respect to the assessment of safety and effectiveness. The American people can rely upon the fact that FDA has in the vaccine area. We've been doing this for years, and we will rely upon the science and data when it's available to us to make that adjudication regarding an EUA. I cannot prejudge when that will happen.
Thank you, Fred. Next, we have the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Eshoo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone. I'd like to start with Dr. Redfield. Doctor, we had a conversation on the weekend, and expressed to you really my dismay, my disappointment about you as CDC director, the most prestigious institution in the world on infectious disease and prevention. The United States today is number one in the world in infections and in deaths. This is not anything that any of us can be proud of. The American people are in pain, they're grieving, there's a lot of sorrow in communities, there's confusion because for many reasons. And I urged you, as head of CDC, to speak directly to the American people. I know the agencies are talking to each other. I consider that a whisper because the American people are not hearing you speak out. They deserve the truth. We have heard Dr. Fauci time and time again, trusted information to the American people. The American people are divided on this issue of the virus. Imagine that. So I continue to urge you to speak out. You're a doctor. Put your on and speak weekly to the American people. They want to know what's coming, what is ahead. On a consistent basis, what's next? What is our government doing? That's a haunting question. So while we're doing the nice back and forth this morning, good questions on the part of members, I really remain dismayed, disappointed. We need leadership coming out of the CDC. Real leadership. It was an outrage that there was a gathering in Tulsa. President's advanced people were infected. And it's my understanding the 2 Secret Service agents were. How can the CDC allow this pandemic, this virus to go? You have to push back. You're a scientist, you're a doctor. Han, I'm sure you've read the several articles regarding hydroxychloroquine. Every study states it doesn't work in any setting. In fact, it has cardiac issues being one. So there's a danger in terms of the side effects. As commissioner, are you going to inform the American people, doctors across the country about these facts?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for that question. And indeed, we are. I can refer the committee to several documents that we have put out over the last several weeks regarding hydroxychloroquine. With respect to the issues, we issued a safety alert, particularly around the combination of hydroxychloroquine with might affect the heart. And as you know, we've taken recent action regarding the EUA.
Have you specifically been directly to the American people so there isn't this confusion about hydroxychloroquine?
Yes, ma'am. There is an FDA Voices piece that's authored by me, as well as a piece that's directly to the American people about the status of hydroxychloroquine.
That's on paper. I've been spoken out verbally to the American people, to doctors. People don't hear paper, with all due respect.
Yes, ma'am, and I appreciate the question, but I've had to be in the media. I've been asked that question, and I have communicated that same information about the current status.
I have another question, Dr. Hahn. There have been several articles expressing concerns relative to political pressure being placed on the FDA by the White House. Will you state unequivocally pressure is applied to you and the FDA that you will immediately report that to this committee?
I will certainly unequivocally state that if I receive political pressure, I will report this. I have not felt political pressure, nor has the FDA, to make any decision in any specific direction.
Thank you.
Well, it's not about feelings. It's about a direct political pressure. So thank you for your response. Back.
Thank you, Ms. Heshu. Next is Mr. Lauda from Ohio.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to our witnesses that we've been doing over the last several months for not only the United States, but for individuals. Greatly appreciate it. Dr. Fauci, if I could start my questions with you. And I know that our leader, Mr. Walden, had brought some of this up. Would you further explain how an infected individual develops antibodies and how long those antibodies remain effective in fighting off the virus? And are you seeing different levels of antibodies in people who have been infected and what that means in terms of immunity?
Thank you, Congressman Latta. So we need to start off by saying that we want to assume you're dealing with an antibody test that's been validated by the FDA or by the NIH. That's important. There's a lot of the confusion out there. There are tests that are not validated, but let's assume you have a good test. Whenever the body gets confronted with a virus and recovers even when they don't recover, the body related to make antibodies. In general, for viruses that we have a lot, those antibodies serve to protect you, exposure and infection after you're exposed to the same virus. That's what we call immunological memory, and these proteins block the virus. The one thing we do not know yet with COVID-19 is the relationship between the type of antibody, because the best antibody is called neutralizing antibody. Namely, if this were the virus, and this is where the virus binds to the cell, the neutralizing antibody blocks the virus from binding to the cell. There are antibodies against other parts of the virus that are called binding antibodies. They don't mean much. So you got to make sure you get the right antibody. The second thing is, what we still don't know, the relationship between the titer of the antibody is, namely the level of the antibody and the degree of protection. The third thing we don't know is how of that antibody is going to be. We're going to find these things out as we study these individuals over months and a year or more. But we're only a few months into this. So A, we know they make antibody. B, that they're protected for some period of time, but we don't know how long that's going to be. So the question I always get asked, which is a subtext, does that mean if you're exposed and you have antibody that you're protected? You are, but we don't know how long you are protected.
All right, well, thank you. Dr. Redfield, excuse me, when a vaccine or treatment is developed, how will it be distributed to Americans?
Thank you for the question. It's a critical issue that is currently under discussion within the team to look what the appropriate prioritization for distribution is. I comment that it may be very dependent on what the product is. Each of these vaccine products may in fact have differential utilization for different populations. So there is serious consideration to try to develop those prioritizations, and it's going to be important to develop them dependent on the product that they're going to be applied to.
Thank you. Dr. Hahn, and thanks very much for all your work, and thanks for especially on Friday nights and on Saturdays. I appreciate it. Providing emergency use authorization for remdesivir. Do you expect or envision the FDA to issue any more EUAs for potential treatments in the fall?
Congressman, for potential therapies, is that what you asked, sir?
Right.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Very closely with sponsors regarding the development of therapeutics, including with Operation Warp Speed. 131 clinical trials ongoing right now. I anticipate that we will receive data regarding several therapies in the future, plasma being one of them, what we just discussed with Congress. Anticipate that we will be receiving data.
Thank you very much. Byron, I yield back.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. DeGette from Colorado.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the panel and welcome all of you. Many of you are part of my subcommittee, the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee. And just to let you know, the O&I Subcommittee is doing its investigations, both about how we responded to this and where, so you can expect to hear from us. I have some brief questions for each witness, and I do Admiral Giroir. The chairman talked about the president's comments last weekend, saying that it's a double-edged sword testing, because when you do testing, quote, you're going to find more people. And then again this morning, the president tweeted, cases are going up in the U.S. because we are testing far more than any other country and ever expanding. With smaller testing, we would show further cases. This is what he says. And he also said this morning that he does. So I know the chairman asked Dr. Fauci and Dr. Redfield if they've been instructed to test less. I'm going to ask you, since you are now in charge of overseeing, has the president asked you to do fewer tests?
Thank you. And again, I want to clarify that neither the
yes or no will work. Yes or no will work, Admiral. Has
No,
the president asked you
the
to
president
do
has,
your-
neither the president nor anyone in the administration has instructed or suggested that we should do less testing, have said that to me, and we are proceeding in just the opposite. We want to do more testing of higher quality.
I want to ask you, Admiral, do you think that it's a good or a bad idea to do less testing, like have fewer cases?
My purpose is to increase the number of testing. The only way that we will be able to understand disease, who is infected, appropriate contact tracing, is to test appropriately, smartly, and as many people as we can.
Thank you so much. Dr. Fauci, I wanted to ask you, I've seen some data the last few days that while cases are going up in this country, deaths are going. And I've seen some reporting in the media that in part that's because younger people who tend to not to die from COVID are the ones being infected. Should we see this as a positive sign, or should we still be worried?
I think it's too early to make that kind of link, Congresswoman. Let me explain. Deaths always lag considerably behind cases. You might remember at the time that New York was in their worst situation, where going up, and yet the cases were starting to go down. The deaths only came down multiple weeks later. So you're seeing more cases now while the deaths are going down. The concern is if those cases then infect people, end up getting sick and go to the hospital, it is conceivable you may see the deaths going up. So I think it's too early to say because the deaths are.
Thank you, Doctor. And I have another question, Dr. Fauci, for you. We've seen, and I think you and I have talked about this, most vaccines take years, if not decades, to be approved and be proved efficacious. And sometimes we don't find a vaccine at all. I have two questions for you. Number one, do you believe we'll find a vaccine for the coronavirus? And number two, the prediction you gave us some months ago that we could actually have a vaccine by early 2021.
I feel cautiously optimistic, Congresswoman, that we will be in getting a vaccine. There's never a guarantee of that, but the early data that we're seeing regarding the immunogenicity and the induction of good response makes me cautiously optimistic, always knowing that there's never a guarantee. You remember I told your committee a few months ago that a vaccine would be available from a year to 18 months. I said that in January of 2020. A year from January is December. I still think there is a reasonably good chance that by the very beginning of 2021, if we're going to have a vaccine, that we will have it by then.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Next, we have Mrs. Rogers from Washington State.
I'm coming. Kathy McMorris Rogers is here. Am I here?
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the chair and the ranking member for holding this hearing and appreciate our witnesses for testifying today. COVID-19 is a century, as others have said. It's a health and economic crisis of our lifetime. We mourn the deaths of over 100,000 Americans, and we must remember that we're not out of the woods yet. I want to especially express my heartfelt gratitude for the health first responders, the emergency and essential workers who have been working around the clock to fight this virus, save lives, and keep our families safe. As tirelessly to develop a vaccine and treatment, I'm confident that there's no country in the world who's better equipped to lead for a medical breakthrough than America. We can't trust China to lead. And that's why the Trump administration has created programs like Operation Warp Speed. We're bringing together the very best in the public and private sector countermeasures that will fight the virus. We're leveraging the power of artificial intelligence and machine learning to speed up discoveries and enhance our knowledge base of the virus. In Washington State, we have top researchers, as well as biotech and pharmaceutical innovators who continue to be at the forefront of these breakthroughs. I look forward to learning more and appreciate all of you being here to administration is continuing to do to lead in the development of these tests and treatments that America needs so that we can usher in a new era of innovation and healthcare cures. To win the future, keep our families healthy and safe lives, and to ensure our economy, again, we must get this right. Dr. Fauci, as you know, adjuvants maximize the effectiveness of vaccines. Would you just explain a little bit further what an adjuvant is? And are there any novel synthetic adjuvants in the pipeline? And if so, how will they play a role in the administration's pursuit of a COVID-19 vaccine?
Thank you very much for that question, Congresswoman. An adjuvant is a product distinct itself, but when given in conjunction with the vaccine, enhances the power of the immune response. So if you have a vaccine that gives a level of response that here, when you get an adjuvant together with it, it can boost it to a much higher level. We use adjuvants in several vaccines. The NIH has a major program in the pursuit and development of novel adjuvants of all different types. In fact, that's part of the program right now to accelerate our vaccine development. So it's a good question, but it's a very important part of what we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Dr. Hahn, as you know, FDA's decentralization of diagnostic test oversight has been very helpful in expanding the availability of diagnostic tests for COVID-19, but it's temporary. Would you just speak to how this flexibility has benefited the general public and how you think it would be helpful in the future for outbreaks or novel viruses?
Thank you very much, Congresswoman. Appreciate the question. As you pointed out, the flexibilities have allowed us to work with test developers. This has been, throughout the COVID pandemic, with all of our medical products, a balance between the oversight so that we have tests that are valid, reproducible, accurate, but at the same time allow the developers the ability to have the freedom to develop those tests. And we've developed this partnership that I think has been very fruitful moving forward. I put respect to the flexibility given the states, your state in particular, which has an excellent laboratories, as well as University of Washington, and New York State's another example of this, that we're looking at now as we talk about how we want to move forward, that we could potentially put in place on a permanent basis to facilitate test development. Hopefully we'll never be in a position again where we have to develop time like we've remarkably done during this time, but we really do need to talk about how these flexibilities could stimulate innovation and development of tests.
Great. Well, thank you all. Thank you all for your commitment during this time, the long hours, and I especially appreciate the way that we're looking forward to make sure that we are prepared in the future of whatever we may face. Thank you. Good to be with you.
Thank you. Now we go to Mr. Doyle, coming to us from Pittsburgh. Mr. Doyle?
Mr. Chairman, I forgot to unmute.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing and the ranking member also, and to our witnesses for your service on behalf of the American people. This committee has continued to conduct oversight of the Trump administration's shortcomings related to procuring and distributing personal protective equipment, or PPE. When states and hospitals were faced with critical shortages of PPE, such as masks and gowns, President Trump passed the buck and said the federal government was, quote, not a shipping clerk. We saw the result of a failure of leadership. Without a national strategy, states have had to compete against each other for critical supplies. Desperate out there that one former U.S. disaster official referred to this scramble as, quote, Lord of the Flies PPE edition. At a recent hearing before the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer testified, quote, the lack of centralized level created a counterproductive competition between the states and federal government to secure limited supplies, driving and exacerbating existing shortages. Admiral Greer, let PPE for every frontline worker who needs it, whether they be healthcare workers, first responders, or thousands of others whose job puts them at risk, or people still having to reuse N95 masks, for example. And if we don't have enough, why hasn't the administration invoked DPA to greatly expand the manufacturing of these supplies?
Well, thank you for the question. And I will do my best to answer, is certainly running the supply chain with also Dr. Cadleck from ASPR. But being a member of the Unified Coordination Group at FEMA for the past 3 months, I'm pretty familiar with this. I think as Admiral Polubchek testified before, and I think we all know, is that there was an absolute shortage of everything when this started. Everyone in the world was looking for the same supplies, and we tried to manage that both from increasing the supplies and using the DPA multiple times. There were 3 investments, DPA Title I for N95s, 3M, Honeywell, and Owens & Minor, to improve production. We estimate that if there were a COVID outbreak to this degree, would need about 140 N95s per month. We should have 180 million per month being produced domestically by that time. This was not available when we started in March. The industry was not here. This was all offshored. And I'll just say cumulatively between March 1st and June 19th, the government distributed or enabled the commercial distribution through the air bridge of 160 million N95 masks, 638 million surgical and procedural masks, 281 million gowns, and over 16 billion pairs of gloves. So this was really an enormous effort. We need to be better prepared. This all needs to be onshore, SNS 2.0, to have a 60 to 90-day supply. We talked to governors in every state. Many of the states are also doing their own supplies for 60 to 90 days. So I'm confident moving from here on, as we ramp domestic manufacturing, that we're going to be in a much better position than we were 3 months ago.
Thank you, Admiral. Dr. Hahn, let me ask you, since demand increased this spring, we've seen many actors with little previous experience in the supply field enter the market. Reports some are selling counterfeit or low-quality products that don't meet safety requirements, fill agreements. What steps is the FDA taking to ensure that companies are not circumventing federal oversight, injecting potentially substandard PPE into the United States market?
That's a really important issue. During the height of this epidemic and the increased demand, provided regulatory flexibility for companies, but insisted that they provide certification, often, if you will, certification that the PPE met the requirements that we had in place and that the foreign governments had in place. But we did something else with respect to that, and that is we also partnered with CDC and NIOSH, for example, with N95s, to test, to verify that, in fact, that self-certification over the validity of the efficacy of the PPE was in place. And you've correctly identified that for subsequent product that was shipped into the country did not meet those specifications. We immediately took action to make sure that those were off of the market and continue to do that and monitor it very closely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see my time has expired. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Next, we have Mr. Guthrie coming to us from Kentucky. Are you mute? Want to unmute?
I thought I did. I apologize. Hi, Brett Guthrie. I apologize. Hi, Dr. Hahn, I'm interested in the COVID-19 counterfeit testing, and I have a bill that would bring, it's called the Safeguarding Therapeutics Act, that would ensure FDA has the authority to destroy the counterfeit tests and devices. And I'll follow up with a question with this. What I'm interested in, what the people that I talk to every day in the future, how we're going to protect ourselves moving forward. We need the lessons learned from the past. We need to look forward. And Dr. Hahn kind of answered on, Admiral Gerard answered on the PPE kind of moving forward. But if I could just go with Dr. Reddenfield, Dr. Fauci, and then Dr. talk about pool testing and how that might be effective. Well, the people that I talk to want to know what's going to look like in August. Are kids going to be getting back in school? Are nursing homes going to be safe? That's what people are looking for. So Dr. Reddenfield, I know we're going to have flu. We're going to have COVID. What's the testing going to be like? Dr. Fauci, what do we need to be looking for in Dr. Hahn full testing to talk about what's it going to look like in August and are kids going to be able to go back to school? Thank you, and I'll start with Dr.
Thank you, Congressman. I think first and foremost, it's really important that we continue to take this time to continue to accelerate our capacity, diagnose obviously readily available time results, build that capacity for isolation, contact tracing, and self-quarantine. That's fundamental. We're working hard to do that. In January, we had about tracers in this country. At the beginning of June, it was up to around 28,000. It needs to continue to increase, in my view, towards 100,000, and we get that operationally functional. That's going to be critical for what we're doing. Secondly, we do have to reinforce the American public the importance of the social distancing interventions that we've discussed, particularly face covering, 6 feet distancing, and hand washing. I anticipate that the states will begin to open up higher education and K through 12. It's going to be on a jurisdiction-to-jurisdiction decision. CDC will be issuing additional guidance on this topic in the days ahead as we continue to try to work and give guidance how to open up these, particularly the schools, how to open them up safely. I will end with nursing homes. I think we've made an enormous progress in the long-term care facilities, enhancing infection control. Admiral Gerard may want to comment about the commitment that FEMA made to provide all nursing homes equipment for a period of time. And we're continuing, I think, to aggressive surveillance in the nursing homes across this country, where we've recommended that all residents get tested so that we can start with a clean baseline of understanding where the epidemic is. I will just end with the fact that although they only make up 0.6% of our population, nursing home residents have made up more than 35% of our mortality.
Let me very briefly.
Thank you, Dr. Renfield.
Yeah.
Dr. Fauci?
Yeah, let me briefly address the question you asked about schools, because we get asked that all the time. I think the important thing to point out is that, as you well know, we live in a very big country that is certainly not a unidimensional country. It's very, very different. You're in a New York metropolitan area or Casper, Wyoming. So when you're asking about, you have to say, where are you talking about? Because we have different regions, different states, different cities, towns, and counties. So some counties may have some infection that schools can open in a way that's exactly like normal. Others may be in a situation where it isn't really bad, where you want to close the school, but you might want to make some modifications, alterations of like morning, afternoon, one day or another day. So it's up to the local official to evaluate where you are in the particular region, what the recommendations that we really very carefully put out about the guidance of opening schools. So you don't want to make one size for the United States. You want to tailor it to the degree of viral dynamics in the particular nation that you're talking about.
So looking forward, we're really only going to know when we get closer to that point, so we can make those decisions. That's unfortunate, but obviously the reality. I'm right out of time, Dr. Hahn. I'll submit a question for the record for pool sampling. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Guthrie. It sounded like there was a monster that was going to envelop you at some point there. Next, we have Ms. Chicago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to, I have to disagree with you, Dr. Redfield. I think nowhere has the Trump administration's lack of leadership been more apparent than in our nation's nursing homes and long-term care facilities, where we have 50,000 residents and workers to COVID-19. So let's review some of the deadly failures. You delayed data collection on cases and deaths in nursing homes. You have not required to conduct testing. You are not giving workers adequate PPE, and I agree with Congressman Doyle on that, to protect themselves. You are allowing facilities to literally kick residents out of if there's a more profitable COVID patient to take their place. And since CMS Administrator Verma, who is responsible for the safety of our nursing home residents, has declined Chairman Pallone's invitation to speak, refer then to Dr. Redfield. The CDC explains that your mission is to save lives by providing health information that protects our nation. So why didn't you require nursing homes to report any data on COVID-19 cases and deaths until 4 months after, you may remember, your first case in Illinois, January 30th, and to report the case of human-to-human transfer. On June 4th, you testified before the House Appropriations Committee and apologized for CDC's inadequate, I quote, response to COVID-19 race and ethnicity data. Yet, the same day, CMS and CDC finally published COVID-19 data homes and failed to include race and ethnicity information. So when my office asked CMS about the exclusion, we were told to AC. So will you promise to include race and ethnicity information moving forward so that we can identify and address the racial disparities in nursing home COVID-19 cases?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for your question. First, I want to stress that since the early beginning of the pandemic, we've initially encouraged all nursing homes to report the cases through their health departments and through our National Healthcare Safety Network as of May 8th.
If I could just briefly interrupt on the word encourage. That, I think, is a problem, that there's been guidance, there's been encouragement, but what about mandating?
As I said, that as of May 8th now, it is a requirement that this be reported in through CDC, as CMS has made that required. And we are sure this reporting is comprehensive to include ethnic and racial data, as well as I would put forth that we've worked hard to really accelerate training and retraining of infection control procedures in these nursing homes to try to mitigate the situation that unfortunately we did, as you pointed out, where the nursing home residents have taken a high burden of this initial outbreak. We will work to get this reporting. This reporting is going to be forward-facing. We will forward the data to CMS. CMS will forward-face it so families can make decisions based on their understanding of how different nursing homes are performing. We have recommended that the nursing homes, as you mentioned, that they screen all residents, and recommended that they screen all workers in nursing homes on a weekly basis because we do believe this is an important area that we have to do more as a nation to protect infections.
Let me just say, this kind of suggesting and recommending has clearly not been enough in my view. This is the view of many observers, that there is a crisis in our nursing homes that persists and that we insist that the government do more to help. And I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Schakowsky. Mr. Olson of Texas.
Thank you, Chairman Pallone and leading Republican member Greg Walden for having this very important hearing. Welcome to our 4 expert witnesses. The front lines find the COVID-19 virus now. We greatly appreciate all your efforts to make our country safer. And a special howdy to a former Rice Owl like myself, Commissioner Hahn. Go Owls. First of all, that Texas and Greater Houston have seen a spike in COVID-19 cases over the last week. Our state is at stage 3 of reopening, and the Dr. Tony Fauci of Houston, of Texas, Dr. Peter Hotez, put out a tweet, and I quote what he said. If this trajectory persists, Houston will be the wicked city in the United States, rival what we're seeing right now in Brazil, end quote. And that is damn scary. The spike in the Greater Houston region is due to one county, Harris County, the third largest county in America, and the county seat of Harris County in Houston, county seat of Houston, the fourth largest seat. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have a graph entered for the record about the spikes in Houston in Harris County.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. There's many factors why we're having a spike right now in Texas and in Houston. But what scares me the most is the increase in cases from people aged 20 to 39, the so-called youngsters. The last week, there are 1/3 of the new cases in my hometown of Sugar Land and my home county of Fort Bend in the Greater Houston region. This is because of their attitude. The stuff their attitude, my former boss Phil Graham said it best about these people, how they exist. Bending the COVID-19 curve and ending the pandemic is like going to heaven. Everyone wants to go there, but fewer and fewer want to do the hard work to make it happen. I call this attitude curve. And Dr. Fauci, if you were king for a day, how can we change this bad attitude curve and make these people address this issue for the threat it truly is?
Well, Congress bringing up a very good point. One of the very perplexing things about, and as some of you know, I've been dealing with viral outbreaks for the last 40 years. I've never seen a single virus that is one pathogen have a range from 20 to 40% of the people have no symptoms to some get symptoms enough to put them at home for a few days. Some are and have symptoms even after they recover. Others go to the hospital. Some require oxygen. Some require intensive care. Some get intubated and some die. So you have a situation that is very confusing to people. Trivial, it doesn't bother me, who cares? And that's one of the reasons why what we do is a lack of appreciation, responsibility. You have a responsibility to yourself, because I think thinking that young people have no deleterious consequences is not true. We're seeing more and more complications in young people. But even though the majority, the overwhelming majority of them do well, is that if you get infected and spread the infection, even though you do not get sick, you are part of the process of the dynamics of an outbreak. And what you might be propagating inadvertently, perhaps innocently, is infecting someone who then infects someone who then is someone who's vulnerable. That could be your grandmother, your grandfather, your sick uncle, whom have you, who winds up dying. So it's a very difficult message to say, I'm young, I'm healthy, who cares? You should care, not only for yourself, but for the impact that you might have on the dynamics of the outbreak.
Bad attitude syndrome. I'm out of time. I have a question for the record for Dr. Redfield about hurricane evacuations of COVID-19 people from nursery homes. I yield back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Next, we go to Mr. Butterfield from North Carolina. You might have to unmute, GK.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I made a note to do that and failed to do it. Yes, but thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of our witnesses today. Mr. Chairman, in response to COVID-19, Congress has appropriated significant funding through the CARES Act, and it looks like some of that money is finally getting into underserved communities. The Congressional Black Caucus Health Brain Trust, led by Congresswoman Robin Kelly, has met with all of you, and we've written you to urge funding for minority institutions and communities to fight the pandemic. Admiral, Mr. Secretary, you announced this morning that HHS has formed a partnership with the Morehouse School of Medicine. That's good. a partnership to coordinate a network of organizations to deliver COVID-19 related information to minority communities hardest hit by the pandemic. Does the Morehouse funding give the medical school discretion to engage in aggressive contact tracing and other testing and education? We need more than information. What is their mandate?
So thank you for that question, sir. The intent of this award is really not to empower Morehouse to physically do contact tracing themselves, but to be a lead institution to build partnerships throughout the nation so that public health organizations, et cetera, can use the well over $11 billion that the CDC sent out. So we are not funding Morehouse to be the boots on the ground. We're funding the brains behind the operation to really extend our network throughout the underserved.
Yes, thank you for that. But how broad are they restricted?
They'd be happy to get into this, but they assembled really a remarkable group of partners using digital technologies, all types of network technologies. They have very broad discretion. This is out of my office. And look, what I want to do is make sure that the underserved get the information, get testing, and get linked to care.
That's what I wanted to hear, broad discretion. Dr. Fauci, the Washington Post reported this morning that Arizona is seeing a troubling spike, the state of Arizona. And as we all know, President Trump is in Phoenix today for a campaign rally, and I suspect he will not be wearing a mask. I know that will disappoint you. It will certainly disappoint me. The Washington Post also reported that Arizona got its positive rate down to 7%, but now it's up to 20% after a 3-week rise. In my state of North Carolina, we're 7%, and now in North Carolina, it's up to 10%. So 10% in North Carolina, up from 7%, and 20% in Arizona. What is the administration specifically doing to slow it in states like Arizona and North Carolina that are rise? It just can't be explained away by more testing.
Well, Congressman, the percentages that you're speaking of are clearly indication that there are additional infections that are responsible for those increases, because when you get an increase in the percentage of your tests that are positive, indication that you do have additional infections. News that we've spoken about that's very clear is that when you have those kinds of increases, you must implement on the ground as effectively as possible, empower the system, the tests, to do identification, isolation, and contact tracing to try and blunt that surge of cases in the 2 states that you're speaking of. Hopefully that will be successful in the blunting of those cases, because if not, then you have the danger of having a gradual, insidious increase in community spread, which will be much more difficult to contain as the community spread amplifies itself.
Well, it just seems to me, in closing, Dr. Fauci, and you don't need to respond to this, but it seems to me that the president seems to think it's over, and he can just push it all to the states. Data that's coming out of the state shows the necessity, the absolute necessity for a national strategy, because while the virus may seem contained in some areas, it is conceivable that we can see a resurgence everywhere. This frightens me and should frighten the American people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Butterfield. So now Dr. Burgess is here, and we'll recognize him for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In fact, I was with you virtually earlier, so I heard all the discussion back and forth, and I would ask unanimous consent that my opening statement be made part of the record. And I do want to thank our panelists for being here today. Outside of a tiny little bit that we tackled on February 27th, we really have not heard from this group enough. This committee and certainly the health subcommittee. So I want to thank you for your willingness to be here today and testify. I'd also observe that we're about the 1-year anniversary passage and signing of the Pandemic All Hazard Preparedness Act. We had a wonderful opportunity in January, February, perhaps early March of this year to do some real-time introspection as to whether or not that bill did things right. Did we do was it performing as intended? Was it going expected? And for whatever reason, we chose to favor tobacco, horse racing, and ticket stubs instead. So we can be critical of the administration, Mr. Chairman, but this committee bears some of that responsibility as well. Since we community spread, an increase in community spread, Dr. Fauci, have been talking to some of my counterparts, physicians in the lower Rio spread in that part near the border of Mexico. Community spread has been apparently significant over the last week to 10 days. Question I would have for you and for Ed is, since we recognize community spread is increasing and we recognize that there's still going to be the vulnerabilities of congregate living facilities, what are we doing to make certain that the appropriate of personal protective equipment is available to our congregate living facilities and nursing homes, not just in the Valley, but any place where we see this community spread increasing?
So, thank you, Dr. Burgess. Good. Again, I am familiar with the PPE situation from my work, FEMA, and I think that it was decided by the UCG very early when we were able to secure the PPE. We would send directly to and we're sending PPE, 15,000, I believe the number is 400 nursing homes. And the numbers are really staggering, millions of face shields, masks, 13 million pairs of gloves already there. So that's being distributed right now, and there are going to be multiple tranches of that. Again, Admiral Polubchak is running this through the supply chain task force. I've got all the test. He runs the PPE, and we interact a lot. So that's going to be going all the way through August and September, through all 15,400 nursing homes with multiple shipments of that.
Do you agree that that is on the immediate horizon of vulnerabilities? Community spread is increasing in some places, but we also know we've got areas where there's congregate living, people with multiple risk factors.
So I think, as maybe been said by the colleagues, we are clearly community spread in a number of areas. If you look at counties, I think Dr. Burks detailed yesterday that there are about 110 counties of real concern throughout the country.
Well, I guess, Admiral, excuse me for interrupting, but my time is short. I guess what I'm really asking is, are we preparing, and do our nursing home facilities know how to access the personal protective equipment that's being made available through AirBridge and through the work you've done? Because if we don't get it to the end user, then it's a vulnerability, and it will affect all of us.
I'm going to say the answer is yes, because we decided to ship door to door, necessarily rely on the state distribution systems, you know, because you just can't get that deep. So the only way to do it is get the address and ship it. And then secondly, the testing regimens that are now mandated through CMS, recommended by CDC, are pretty excellent, right? Every nursing home resident, every worker gets tested every week. This is a very robust testing regimen that we think is going to put high protection.
Certainly has been in Texas. Dr. Redfield, in just a very brief amount of time I have remaining, heard some things, and of course people are concerned about China and the impact that China has had on our ability to fight this virus. Are there people working in the CDC in Atlanta who are Chinese nationalists? Do you have such people on loan from Chinese labs in the agency?
Well, CDC does have an office. CDC has things that is right next to the China CDC, and we work collaboratively on a series of things, particularly respiratory viruses and particularly influenza. We haven't been brought into the overall Chinese investigation of this current coronavirus epidemic. It's something I requested back on January 3rd and informally on January 6th.
All right. I want to be helpful to you on that, so I will follow up with you and some other things that we might think about as well. But I think that's a critical part of our discussion going forward and being prepared into the future. So thank you all. Thank the panelists.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. Next, we go to Ms. Matsui in California. May have to unmute.
Thank you.
Oh.
I have unmuted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to also thank the witnesses for being here today. You've been on the clock 24/7. We really appreciate it. Now, while a lot of our questions today have focused on how we found ourselves in the midst of this pandemic, I like to focus my questions on the future and how we are preparing for the coming weeks and months and the possibility of another dramatic surge in cases of a second wave this fall, particularly during flu season. Dr. Fauci, it's nice to see you there. You have said that we are still in the wave. Difficult to predict what a second wave would look like while we're still at high case counts and deaths currently. However, we must effectively prepare our communities, our healthcare workforce, and constituents for what could come as we make decisions about return, going to school, and trying to readjust to what we consider somewhat normal life. Dr. Fauci, I want you to put your kind of prognosticator cap on right now. What are the projected infection mortality rates for the second half of 2020 and for early 2021?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. It is really impossible to give any projection about what the fatality rate or cases are going to be. It's going to depend on so many factors. I think you alluded to that in your question when people talk about second waves, and I have said multiple times publicly that we are still in the middle of the first wave. So before you start talking about what a second wave is, what we'd like to do is to get this outbreak under the next couple of months so that when we enter into the fall, early, late, and then early winter, that we have such a low baseline that when you do have the inevitable situation of cases appearing as you try to gradually reopen the country, trying to do to varying degrees depending upon what state, city, town, or county you're in, that if you get a level that's very low, you can contain. And contain means identify, contact, trace, rather than have such a high level that when you get increases, you have to mitigate right from the beginning. So that really, as you can imagine, complicates the situation and makes it impossible to predict what the case or fatality rate is going to be until you know where you are. Do you get down? So can you keep it there as you enter into the situation that will inevitably occur when we get into the winter, and inevitably we will have a flu season. And that's the reason why we were saying, all of us, why it's so important to really get as many people vaccinated with influenza as you possibly can, so that you can at least take off the table for many people one of the confounding issues that we're going to face this winter of 2 respiratory-borne infections simultaneously confounding each other.
Now, what would you say, Dr. Fauci, understanding that we have a sense that we are going to have a second wave? What should the public know so they can be prepared for this? And what, as a country, can we all do to reduce the potential somehow or another to manage it? Because I think that all of us believe something is going to be happening, and we need to do now.
Thank you for that second part of the question. There are a lot of things that can be done. We know what the failings were early on. A lack of enough PPE, a lack of enough N95s, hospital bed issues, ventilator issues. All that is right now being stored up in the Strategic National Stockpile in preparation for what we hope never occur, but which very well might occur. So it's the preparation. Also, Gerard had mentioned, as we go into the fall, we likely will have the capability of doing 40 to 50 million tests per month, which means we can get a much better grasp of what the situation is of the dynamics of virus in the community. So hopefully we will be much better prepared if, in fact, we do get this second surge, and we were months ago.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Dr. Fauci.
Thank the gentlewoman. Next, we move to Mr. McKinley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to direct my first question to Dr. Fauci. The New York Times, CNN, and Washington Post have criticized President Trump's response to COVID, calling it a failure. You heard today, a lack of leadership. as you know, nearly 750,000 people have died in America from drug overdose, and we still don't have a solution. AIDS has killed over in America, and we don't have a cure for that either. But look, the first case of COVID was diagnosed in America just 155 days ago. And according to testimony we had earlier this spring, experts say that we could have a treatment by fall and a vaccine by January. Keeping in mind, it took to come up with a vaccine for the influenza and 4 years for mumps. Nevertheless, the media and the left simply can't help but criticize President Trump. So my question to you is, do you think that President Trump is being judged fairly?
No, actually, that's an unfair question here because you're asking me to pass judgment on the press's treating of the President of the United States. That's, I mean,
it may be unfair, but you've commented and criticized or says so. Do you think he's being judged fairly?
Well, it depends on what you mean. I mean, I work in the White House, and everyone there is doing everything they possibly can.
Thank you.
To do what they need to do.
No, so, Dr. Fauci, you said as late, and I got a newspaper article that as late as March 31st, no consensus on wearing masks. And the president, as you know, relies on your expertise. Do you now regret not advising people more forcefully to wear masks earlier?
We're going to play that game. Let me explain to you what happened back then.
Should be a yes or a no.
No, there's more than a yes or no by the tone of your question. I don't regret that because let me explain to you what happened. At that time, there was equipment that our healthcare providers needed who put daily in harm's way of taking care of people who are ill. We did not want to divert masks and PPE away from them to be used by the people.
Okay,
now that we have enough, we recommend.
I've got two more questions, so thank you for that, Dr. Fauci. So, Dr. Redfield, I'm going to be directing this to you. Nursing homes, as we've talked about here earlier, make up nearly 90 or 40% of all the COVID deaths. And the CDC issued guidance on proper protocol for these facilities. Yet states like Michigan, New York, New Jersey, and California apparently disregarded that guidance. So, Dr. Redfield, do you think the decisions of these governors led to unnecessary deaths?
Thank you for your question. The critical issue here is two things. One, our guidance is just that, guidance. Two, areas that we could impact the nursing homes, particularly control, working together with CMS very aggressively early on after the Seattle outbreak recognized in that nursing home, really rechanneled energy into looking at the effectiveness of infection control in nursing homes. Then restricted visitors to make sure.
Do you think that the decisions led to unnecessary, not by allowing infected residents to come back into the nursing home?
I think, again, all of these decisions that have been made in the early days are subject to hindsight. We gave clear guidance on how people should be handled if they come into these nursing homes.
Okay, good. Now the third question, back again to you, Dr. Redfield. We know in the foreseeable future that we're not going to have a zero risk of transmission. We're not going to get to that. So if we want we know our schools have to reopen. So going back to the school question, in addition to tracing, distancing, wearing masks, what rate of infection is needed in your mindset to go back to school? What's the rate of infection? 1%?
Yeah, I'm not prepared to give you that definitive answer. I am prepared to say that one important things we need to look at is not the number of infections, but the consequences. And there's two really big consequences. One is hospitalization and mortality, and the other is our economy, right? And I think we're clearly seeing that in many parts of our nation, that one can open our economy safely. But it is going to require more vigilance than some of us see right now with the social distancing. We're going to continue to try to emphasize the importance of social distancing and hand washing as we continue to do it. It's my expectations that many jurisdictions will be open. We're going to try to give the guidance to help them do it safely. I think you're right, as Dr. Fauci alluded to before, be influenced by the kinetics of the outbreak in the jurisdiction at the time. I'm not prepared to give you that number, but I think we're going to see progressive jurisdictions move to open schools in the fall.
Yield back. My time's up.
We now go to Ms. Castor, the gentlewoman from Florida. I'd ask everybody to unmute before they begin.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you to our witnesses today. When you compare the number of confirmed cases and the number of deaths in the United States with countries across the globe, it's really shocking. And it makes me angry and it makes me sad at the same time. We have 2.3 million confirmed cases. We just over 120,000 Americans who have lost their lives just in a few months' time. And it appears that other countries have done a better job of controlling the spread. They've done a better job on testing and tracing. Every advantage that the United States of America has with our scientists, our public health experts, something has hurt at the top. I think the president's behavior and comments have undermined our public health professionals every step of the way. Dr. Redfield, often do you interact with the president and talk to him about public health guidelines and bringing all of your expertise to bear? How often with the president?
Well, I have regular interactions with as part of the White House task force as a member to it and participate in each and every one of the task force meetings. And as relates to my interactions directly with the president, I'm going to keep those between myself and the president.
Well, you know, every time the president contradicts scientists, every time he contradicts our public health experts, whether it's the wearing of masks or drinking bleach or taking hydrochloroquine, it costs lives. And I agree with my colleagues that we really expect you to be more outspoken when it comes to these advisories. It will cost lives. It has cost lives. And but I'll change direction now for Dr. Fauci. You know, Floridians are very concerned with the latest spike in cases. The Florida Department of Health announced just a little while ago we've got another 3,300 cases and 64 deaths just since what was announced yesterday. 25% of the cases in Florida have been confirmed in just the past 10 days. And we have now up to 13% in the past week. So what message do you have for the state of Florida and other hotspots across the country as we have so many more young people who feel invincible that are testing positive and our economy is opened up? What is your advice to?
You know, my advice to the Floridians is the advice I would give to anyone and everyone, to follow the guidelines that we have very carefully thought out and put out in how one can reopen or open America. And that is to stay within the framework of the particular phase of reopening you're in and to not throw caution to the wind. I think what happens, related to the comment I made a little while ago about the confusion there must be, particularly among young people who have a pent-up urge to go out, which is understandable. But what they need to appreciate is that they are part of a process of the dynamics of an outbreak. And although they themselves may perceive that they're at very low risk for something that would be deleterious to them, by propagating the outbreak, they may be indirectly hurting people by infecting someone, infect someone, who then infects someone who's vulnerable. So they need to understand that. If we could get that message across, that it's not an all or none phenomenon. Getting back to normality is going to be a gradual, step-by-step process and not caution to the wind.
What about what about masks for young people? A lot of, they look at national leaders who are not modeling your advice and your behavior. What do you say? Because you're a trusted scientist. What do you say directly about wearing masks and mass gathering?
I'll be very consistent, and I'll say it yet again, that you should not crowds. You should keep distance. And even though many people, for a variety of reasons, do not listen to the, not suggestion, but plea to not congregate in crowds, some people are going to do that anyway. If you do, please wear a mask. And as you wear a mask and you're in a situation where you're getting animated in a demonstration or a rally or wherever you are, avoid as best as possible the urge to pull your mask down and shout. So plan A, don't go in a crowd. Plan B, if you do, make sure you wear a mask.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci. Back.
Next, we go to Mr. Kinzinger in Illinois. And
well,
unmute.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm unmuted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the guests for being here. It's a weird time and very important, so thank you. I think, one of the discussions important, so whether it's between federal government, state governments, local governments, businesses, but also international governments, and I think we need a lot more information eventually on what the Chinese Communist Party knew, what they withheld, and what real impact they had. And I look forward to that being more investigated. We've all seen the stories about people who are testing positive for the virus and they show no symptoms at all, through entire communities of people without ever knowing that they've been infected. Fauci, let me ask you, given the significant rate of these asymptomatics, how can antibody testing improve our understanding of the transmission of COVID-19 and to help identify populations at risk?
Well, one of the things that we need to do, and I think that's very important, and it related to a previous question about getting the kinds of surveillance studies that allow you to get a much better handle on A, the real percentage of asymptomatic carriers, B, the rate at which they use, and a variety of other things. I mean, things that are really important questions. We learned, interestingly, actually to my surprise, Congressman, that when you look at asymptomatic individuals and people who are symptomatic, the level of virus in their nasopharynx is almost the same, which is almost counterintuitive. But it is a fact which tells you that the danger of transmissibility is such that it is very important to understand the penetrance of asymptomatic infected people. And when you do get them, you need to identify them, isolate, and contact tracing. And questions that were asked, I don't know, an hour or so ago to the testing issue, we need to do much, much more surveillance testing. And so the 40 to 50 million tests per month that would be available as we get into the late summer and early fall are going to be able to ask some of the questions you're appropriately asking. Brett?
And I just wanted to, if I could just build on that for a second. The 40 to 50 million test, I said, assumes no advances in technology, and that's not even including pooling. I do say pooling because the FDA just put up standards for validating pooling. So we would expect, based on preliminary data we have, that on many tests we can at least pool 5 to 1 and maybe up to 10 to 1. So when you do that math, that I think will be validated very quickly by academic institutions and by large organizations, that number of 50 million is going to go up by 5-fold at least per month.
Great. That's what's amazing is, frankly, American ingenuity when we put our minds to it and seeing the advance and we get to a vaccine. So at the beginning of the pandemic, both my wife and I actually experienced what we thought were symptoms of COVID-19, and we recently decided to go in and get an antibody test. I had that done, and I found out that I was actually negative for the antibodies. So Dr. Redfield, testimony, you stated that at this point, we don't know whether the presence of antibodies provides immunity to the virus. So with this in mind, how does antibody testing help if we don't know if it provides immunity to the virus? And what are the benefits of an antibody test from an individual patient perspective?
Thank you very much for the question. Right now at this stage, I think important at the end to know what it means, particularly in terms of immunity, as Dr. Fauci said earlier. What it means, again, assuming it's a reliable, approved FDA test, that you've been infected in the past. We don't know in terms of immunity. Its value to us at CDC is its for surveillance advantage. Right now, we've continued to do surveillance throughout the United States through a variety of different systematic collections we're doing. And it allows us to see what the full extent is. Right now, the data at a national level suggests that for every documented infection that we have as a case report, there's actually about 10 other individuals that actually had been infected. That data will continue to be refined as we continue to expand our antibody testing, but I really think its major role is an important surveillance tool.
Thank you. And I'll just add another question. I'll submit it about this virus lasting on surfaces, but with that, I'll yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. And I remind everyone that you can submit questions for the record to the task force and the witnesses, and that all opening statements will be entered into the record. So next we go to Mr. Sarbanes from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can.
Terrific. I want to thank the panel. Last month, the Trump administration announced the launch of Operation Warp Speed to support rapid research and development of COVID-19 vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics, and so forth. It's a project that's supposed to coordinate efforts across the federal government and engage the private sector, including pharmaceutical companies that are developing vaccines. So I'm trying to understand a little bit better how that works. First off, there's been some concerns raised about the venture, including potential conflicts among its leadership, conflicts of interest. Dr. Fauci, you've had decades of experience leading partnerships with pharmaceutical companies to develop vaccines. Transparency is important, is it not, in these collaborations?
Thank you for the question. The Operation Warp Speed is a endeavor that is a Department of Defense, HHS, led by the Secretary Esper and Secretary Azar, to try and get diagnostics, therapeutics, and that is coordinated with the maximum speed possible without sacrificing scientific integrity. It's divided up into 3 groups. The leader of this is Monsef Salawi, a person with great experience in industry, as well as Army General, who's very well versed and very experienced in supply processes of getting vaccine, we do get it, to be produced to the level that is needed, as well as to be distributed equitably society. So it's a...
let me jump in, because I wanted to ask Dr. Hahn. I understand that a senior FDA official was initially tapped to lead the vaccine development under Operation Warp Speed, but then left the project out of concerns about political pressures to approve vaccines. I assume you agree that this has to be one that's not impacted by political pressure, and that your agency is at the highest standards in approving any initiative.
Congressman, thank you for the question. Your point is very well taken, and I can assure you that we will retain our regulatory independence. We will use the science and data that come to us, and we will use our high standards, the safety and efficacy of a vaccine. We have world-class experts, continue to maintain that. One point I do want to make clear, sir, is that we drew a very bright line between Operation Warp Speed and all of our sponsors. We do not engage in decision-making, neither I, Marks, nor Dr. Cavazzoni, with respect to those decisions. We provide technical assistance to sponsors, but we've made it clear that we do not participate in those decisions because we absolutely must maintain regulatory independence and make the right decision for the American people based upon science and data.
Thank you. And again, I'm trying to understand the sort of the boundary or reach of the Operation Warp Speed effort. So my initial sense is that it was focused on these 5 selected companies that are pursuing vaccine candidates. I'm not entirely clear, and maybe that's not right, but I'm not entirely clear on what this means for vaccine exploration development beyond that. For instance, I've been reading a week or 10 days or so about this oral polio vaccine. Maybe that has promise, maybe it doesn't, but some inquiry there, I guess, may be warranted. Is that, I'd like to get the panel's perspective on whether you consider those kinds of inquiries outside of Operation Warp Speed, or is Operation Warp Speed broad enough to accommodate those kinds of things in addition to whatever's happening with the 5 companies and sort of different agencies sit? What's your perspective and understanding of that? So let me just, I guess, go down the line. Dr. Redfield, why don't we start with you, and then Dr. Fauci, and I guess Commissioner Hahn would be the other one.
We have brief responses, gentlemen, because his time is up. So
yeah, very quick. The only thing I would say is it's intriguing in terms of the potential of what we call viral interference with these live virus vaccines, whether it's polio or measles, that they may a virus from being able to establish infection. So really that's the hypothetical. I think it's intriguing, not for just this pathogen, for other RNA viruses.
Yeah, I think your question was, is there room for other viruses? The answer is yes, through multiple mechanisms. Anything is on the table. It could be through Operation Warp Speed. It could be through a number of mechanisms that we have in our research institution at NIH. So I can understand your concern, but the door are the candidates. You could be assured of that, sir.
Congressman from we absolutely, the doors are open there as well. We're working with multiple different sponsors, pharmaceutical as well as Operation Warp Speed. We will look at all data that comes across the door. We will provide technical assistance to all who want to develop a vaccine and therapeutics.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Griffith?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I greatly appreciate it. Dr. Fauci and then Dr. Redfield, I'm going to put you all a little bit on the spot because I want to talk about schools. And as you might imagine, a lot of constituents are very concerned about what's happening in the schools. And Dr. Fauci, you earlier made some statements which led not only nationally, but even within a state the size of Virginia, we probably ought to be looking regionally and maybe even locally as to how we go forward. Did I understand that correctly?
You understood me correctly, Congressman, because it's really a source of confusion. It's not one size fits all. I think you have to look at it at the local level, the county level, the regional level, the city level, the state level. So we often say, in America, should you or should you not be open? I mean, that's almost the non-question, and so heterogeneous, and such a range of involvement of this virus in different parts of the country.
And Dr. Redfield, I'll move to you because in the citing for various things related to schools and others, they cite the CDC. Do you agree with Dr. Fauci?
Yes, it needs to be a very targeted jurisdictional decision.
And I greatly appreciate that because my district is 4 hours from D.C., even though people often think I'm right next door. And then the district stretches from the very edge of it, which is 4 hours away, another 4.5 hours, so that it ends up going further west than Detroit, Michigan. And the district, just my district, is larger than the state of New Jersey. So even within the district, we may need to have some additional regional approaches. Would you all agree with that?
Yes.
And Dr. Fauci indicates that as well. All right, Commissioner Hahn, in a statement on March 30th, 2020, you recognized the facilitating access to viral samples in order to speed up the development of tests. You noted that in the future, making viral samples available earlier to commercial developers will be crucial to deploying tests quickly. This certainly will not be the last time we face rapidly spreading novel virus strain. How can the process for obtaining viral samples, especially inactivated viral samples, be improved?
Congressman, thank you for that question, and I think that is one of the lessons learned from this situation with COVID-19 is that access to those samples is very important. We would work with NIH, with academics, with the CDC to make sure that those are available. And just to make a point, we, for serology tests, have made a reference panel now available to developers to actually facilitate that. That's an example of what U.S. government, FDA, NIH, and CDC could do.
I thank you, and I apologize. Gerard? Did I say it close to correct?
Or that's enough.
All right. Earlier this year, you informed this committee that enough testing supplies would be distributed so that the states could test the recommended 2% of their populations per month. Yet, according to Johns Hopkins Coronavirus Testing Trend Tracking Center data, only about 20% of the states are testing the recommended 2% of their population per month, while another 20%, 1% of their population per month. Has the administration been distributing supplies? I believe some states that have testing supplies are not testing more of their population.
So thank you for that. Again, before the full state plans were just received, and this was part of the PPP funding that we've reviewed, and reviewed them extensively with CDC, we set preliminary targets for every state by phone calls with every single state, every single state health officer, epidemiologist. Overall, in May, the target was about 12.9 million, and about 12 million were done. This is really very good, considering many of the states tried to do 3 or 4 times as many tests as they'd done cumulatively during that time.
So you think we're on track?
I think we're really on track right now. Some states have underperformed, especially in May. Most of them have improved their performance in June. And a review of all the state plans, the great majority of them, I mean the overwhelming majority, good to excellent. So everyone is getting the message, and I look forward to that.
I thank you. And Dr. Fauci, if I can come back to you. When we first started this, you know, we knew it was going to be tough and that we're probably never going to get rid of this particular virus, but we talked about bending the curve and making sure our hospitals were ready. Based on your comments on face masks and so forth, I believe that you think that we're probably ready, maybe not perfect, but we're ready. And have we not bent the curve? I understand it's not over. It's not going to be over anytime soon. We've got to wear our masks and do what we're supposed to, but don't you think we've bent the curve and that our hospitals are now ready?
Well, I think so. We've been through a terrible now. We hopefully learned this lesson.
Is your mic on?
Sorry, sir. We've been through a terrible ordeal. We've learned a lot. The preparedness now really logarithmically different than it was in the beginning.
And so we've bent the curve. I yield back.
Thank you. Next, we go to Mr. McNerney, coming from California.
I thank the chairman, and I thank the witnesses for your work and your experts. You hear me there, Chairman?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm deeply concerned by President Trump's decision to terminate the United States relationship with the World Health Organization, and I'm not alone in this concern. The head of the American Medical Association has called the president's move a senseless action, significant harmful repercussions now and far beyond this perilous moment. It appears that the president is not acting on sound public guidance, but is instead scapegoating to deflect from his administration's failure in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. According to a report in Vanity Fair, key U.S. agencies that work with the WHO on critical public health programs were not consulted or asked for an input before the president's decision to withdraw. Dr. Fauci, were you consulted about the potential public health impact of the United States withdrawing from the WHO? And if so, what were your recommendations?
Jerry, I apologize. We said we were going to take a break at 1:30 so everyone could go to the restroom or whatever for 15 minutes, and Dr. Fauci had to step out. I ask you to start over again. We'll take a 15-minute break so everybody can use the restrooms, and then we'll start again with Jerry, and you'll have to repeat your question. This committee stands adjourned for 15 minutes.
The chairman, the
committee is taking a break here. The House Energy and Commerce Committee hearing, taking a 15-minute White House coronavirus task force members testifying today, including Dr. Anthony Fauci, the FDA Commissioner, Dr. Stephen Hahn, CDC Director Dr. Robert Redfield, and Admiral Brett Giroir from the Assistant Secretary of Health at HHS. They should resume in about 15 minutes or so. Also a reminder, too, we will re-air the entire hearing tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, here on C-SPAN. So while we're in this short break, we'll show you the opening statements from the witnesses.
Chairman Pallone, Ranking Member Walden, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you with my HHS colleagues. Today, the COVID-19 pandemic continues in the United States and around the world. This pandemic is the greatest public health crisis our nation and our world have confronted in more than a century. While overall case counts are going down, several communities are seeing increased cases by multiple factors, including increased testing, outbreaks, and evidence of community transmission. Right now, the most powerful weapon against this disease are social distancing, face cover, and hygiene. These actions will help us contain transmission, along with readily available testing, comprehensive timely contact tracing, timely isolation of known cases, and self-quarantine to break the chains of transmission. Once again, I call on the American people to engage to protect those who may be at risk for severe complications of COVID-19 due to age or underlying medical conditions. We must also lessen the burden of COVID-19 among racial and ethnic groups disproportionately impacted. CDC continues to improve its data collection of comprehensive data of each case, race, and ethnicity from our state, local, tribal, and territorial partners. Reporting from hospital surveillance sites, for example, have increased in completeness on race and ethnicity from 30% to now more than 80%. CDC is also receiving more complete data from our public health partners. A recent CDC study examined more than 1.3 million COVID-19 cases, found that the most underlying health conditions were cardiovascular, diabetes, obesity, and chronic lung disease. Hospitalizations were 6 times higher for these individuals and death 12 times higher, those reporting these conditions compared to those without. CDC has worked equity and health outcomes, and the social determinants are being addressed through the COVID-19 response. CDC continues to provide communities with technical expertise, tools, and information to confront the virus. CDC's created more than 15 specialized resource and guidance documents, which have been consulted more than 1.5 billion times on the CDC website. Deployed over 5,000 personnel in the response. We have more than 40 reps on the ground now, providing local health departments and health officials with expertise in epidemic surveillance, infection control, laboratory science, and community mitigation. We're enormously grateful to the heroes of the response. That's the public health and healthcare professionals, the first responders, the critical infrastructure workers who have served and sacrificed too much. CDC and our nation's public health partners are actively working on the front lines of this pandemic to remedy the shortcomings in a public health system that has been under-resourced for decades. With your support, CDC has been able to award nearly $12 billion to states, territories, tribes, and localities to enhance their response capabilities. When confronted by any disease threat, CDC and public health departments must make real-time decisions based on real-time data. Data is the backbone of any disease threat response. Congress has provided, data monetization is underway. We also must ensure that we have resilience, advanced technology, personnel, expertise, and supplies are being sourced. Our public health workforce must grow exponentially to address COVID-19 and future public health threats. Thousands of contact tracers are on board and being recruited by public health departments across our nation. Bottom line, sustained investment in the public health system is an investment in the health and prosperity of our nation. Last, CDC has begun to prepare for months ahead when the next season's influenza illness will occur simultaneously, potentially, with COVID-19, increasing the challenges on hospitals, health professionals, and the public. This fall, before the seasonal circulation of influenza increased, I encouraged the American people to be prepared and to embrace flu vaccination with confidence for yourself, your families, and the community. This single act will save lives. Thank you, and I look forward to your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Walden. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to discuss with you today the role of the National Institutes of Health and Research addressing COVID-19. The approach to the NIH is very similar to what we do with other emerging infections. It's a four-pronged approach. First, to study the fundamentals itself as well as the host response to the virus. The second is to help develop diagnostics and assays. The third is to characterize and test therapeutics. And the fourth is to develop safe and effective vaccines. Speaking of the first, fundamental knowledge of the virus and what the virus is capable of doing. We've done a number of studies now that have informed how we're approaching therapeutics and vaccine. The precise molecular structure of the spike protein, which is that of the virus, which actually gives it its name, coronavirus, because of these spikes that stick out from the virus. That is the way the virus binds to cells in the body. This is delineated by NIH scientists and those that we fund. Second, the depth of the precise receptor whereby the virus binds to cells in the body, allowing it to enter and cause disease. In addition, we develop animal models. We do natural history studies, such as understanding the virus in different demographic groups. Second is the development of diagnostics and assays. We need, and we will, based on a major investment in the RADx program, diagnostics that are point of care, simple, precise, sensitive, and specific. We hope by the end of the fall and into the early winter, we will have these for wide distribution. Third, the development and characterization of drugs. You've all heard of the first successful randomized placebo-controlled trial of a drug called remdesivir, which was used in hospitalized patients with disease. It showed a statistically significant but modest impact to release from the hospital, namely faster recovery. In addition, this drug is now being used in combination with another drug that blocks the inflammatory response, niacinamide. We are also looking at a variety of others, convalescent plasma, hyperimmune globulin, other drugs, monoclonal antibodies, as well as other immune-based therapies. Fourth, the development of safe and effective vaccines, the hallmark of all really defining responses that we have to virus diseases. If you look at the history of viral diseases, it is generally vaccines that put the nail in the coffin of these types. We are now mounting a major effort in which we're collaborating with industry and private partnerships to get vaccine trials that are developed that harmonize with each other. In other words, to have multiple trials in which we have common questions that are being asked, common laboratories that are being looked at, common data and safety monitoring board, and common primary, secondary, and tertiary endpoints so that the data can be compared from one to another. You've probably heard that one of those vaccines, and there are more than one, there are several that are moving along at various paces. One of them will enter phase 3 study in July. This is one that has already shown in preliminary studies some very favorable response in the animal models that were developed. There will be others that will follow 1 month, 2 months, 3 months later. Although you can never guarantee at all the safety and efficacy of a vaccine until you actually test it in the field, we feel cautiously optimistic based on the concerted effort and the fact that we are taking financial risks, not risks to safety, not risks to the integrity of the science, but financial risks to be able to be ahead of the game so that when, and I believe it will be when and not if, we get favorable candidates with good results, we will be able to make them available to the American public, as I said to this committee months, within a year from when we started, which would put us at the end of this calendar year and the beginning of 2021. I'll stop there, Mr. Later. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci, and thanks for all your contributions to fighting this pandemic. And I'll say the same about Admiral Giroir, the most. You're recognized for 5 minutes, Admiral.
Thank you, Chairman Pallone, and I always enjoy our conversation. You call me any. Ranking Member Walden, distinguished members of the committee. On March 12th, Secretary Azar requested that I lead the coordination of COVID-19 testing efforts within the Department of Health and Human Services. And I would like to be clear that although I am no longer full-time deployed to FEMA, I am maintaining my role coordinating testing. To date, the nation has performed over 27 million COVID-19 tests, now average 100,000 tests per day. Even without any major technical, the nation will have the capacity to perform between 40 to 50 million tests per month by fall. To address the public health challenges over the past months, we implemented a phased approach to meet the needs at each stage of the pandemic, especially now during reopening when the need for testing is the greatest. In early March, HHS and FEMA developed and implemented 41 community-based drive-through testing sites in locations prioritized by the CDC in collaboration with our state and local partners. These sites have tested nearly 300,000 high-risk individuals and served as prototypes that have been duplicated multifold. Next, we leveraged trusted pharmacies, especially for minorities and underserved. This federal program is now providing 111 locations in 47 states in the district, 70% of which are in communities with moderate to high social vulnerability. This program has tested over 6,000 individuals. Federally qualified health centers serve over 29 million people across the nation. They provide care to 1 in 5 of those uninsured, 1 in 5 rural Americans, 1 in 3 living in, and 1.3 million homeless. Again, to assure we reach these people among us, 93% of FQHC's COVID-19 testing. To further expand access, we authorized all licensed pharmacists to order COVID-19 testing under the Public Readiness and Emergency Preparedness, or PrEP Act. Over 90% of Americans live within 5 miles of a pharmacy, again assuring widespread availability. On June 4th, using authorities provided to the Secretary under CARES, HHS released new mandatory laboratory reporting guidance so that we can confirm that all groups are benefiting equitably from COVID. Lab reports must include demographic information like race, age, and gender. And today, I am pleased to announce the selection of Morehouse School of Medicine as the awardee for a new $40 million initiative to fight COVID-19 among racial and ethnic minorities, as well as rural and other socially vulnerable communities. The Office of the Assistant Secretary for Health's Office of Minority Health and Morehouse School of Medicine will develop and implement a strategic network of national, state, territorial, tribal, and local organizations to deliver COVID-19 related information hardest hit by the pandemic. In the first year of this agreement, Morehouse School of Medicine will receive $15 million. This massive expansion of testing resulted in unprecedented demand for supplies, reagents, and laboratory platforms. To meet this demand, we secured the global supply chain through a military air bridge. We worked directly with manufacturers to increase domestic production. We collaborated with external partners to validate new technologies. We secured and prioritized scare tests for state public health laboratories, the Indian Health Service, and other critical needs. Finally, we used Title III of the Defense Production Act to further invest in domestic manufacturing. These actions and others have enabled our current efforts with states, territories, and tribes to implement evidence-based diagnostic and surveillance plans. I would like to close by recognizing my fellow officers in the United States Public Health Service, the uniformed service that I lead. 4,482 officers have deployed to support the pandemic response, including to the Diamond Princess cruise ship in Japan, to our military bases repatriating Americans, to our community bases, to FEMA and task forces directly inside nursing homes, and to field hospitals across our nation, exemplifying the care and compassion that all of us feel for those who have suffered during this pandemic. I thank each and every one of these officers and their families, and on their behalf, I would like to thank all of you in Congress for supporting our training needs and the establishment of a ready reserve corps to supplement our ranks during inevitable future national emergencies. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide these remarks.
Thank you, Admiral, and thank you for mentioning the both civilians who were out front in helping us during this crisis. It we really appreciate all that they do, and we have to make sure that we help them as much as possible. So last but certainly not least, because the FDA is just as important, is Dr. Hahn, or Commissioner Hahn.
Sir. Chairman Pallone, ranking member, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for inviting me here today. First, I'd like to start by thanking all of you for your support of the agency and U.S. government with the laws that you've passed and become law of the land on our response. FDA has a critical role in the federal government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. We remain focused on our mission of protecting and promoting the health and safety of Americans. President Trump has requested, and we have provided appropriate regulatory flexibilities to assure that the American public have access to critical medical products, safe foods, and a confidence that the government is taking measures to address public health issues. FDA has used our emergency authorities since the beginning of this pandemic. We have issued more than 100 emergency use authorizations for diagnostic equipment, ventilators, and other devices, as well as for drug products. Since the public health emergency was declared, we issued more than 50 guidance documents to help ensure the continuity of health care and safe food supply, and we put into place new initiatives to accelerate the development of needed. Additionally, we have kept the American public up to date on what they need to do to protect themselves and to contain the virus from spreading. We are now preparing for the next phase of addressing this evolving crisis. It is mission critical that the agency continue to be diligent, assuring the safety of the products that we regulate. Also put in place processes needed to assure the protections that the public will need. There are a number of experiences we have gained over the past few months that plans. We recognize that we must be bold in our decision-making and advance effective solutions to achieve challenging public health objectives. Therefore, we have begun a comprehensive real-time review of our actions to date to address the COVID-19 pandemic. The objective is to identify and address potential organizational and programmatic changes that should be implemented without delay to the ongoing response to COVID-19. We need to assure that we leverage what is working well, while at the same time review our framework and policies to be effectively identify and respond to quickly evolving public health situations. A major focus of this effort will be to identify what regulatory policies should be continued and accelerated consistent with Executive Order 13294 signed by the President. Policy, organizational, and programmatic changes will be consistent with advancing the agency's public health mission and will inform our strategic priorities moving forward. One of the challenges facing FDA during the COVID-19 pandemic is how to assure the timely review of medications despite an incredible surge in volume and constraints on our ability to conduct in-site inspections. I am pleased to announce today that FDA has maintained the same pace of meeting its goals on applications for medical products for the last 6 months that it has maintained in recent years. We are on target to meet our user fee goals for the drugs this year by reviewing and taking timely action on at least 90% of brand, generic, and biosimilar drug applications, even during the pandemic. Additionally, this work has continued. The number of applications received in some centers is substantially higher than the pre-COVID-19 time. I want to thank the more than 17,000 employees of the FDA for their incredible, one that reflects the remarkable dedication and commitment to the public health of Americans. Finally, I'd like to discuss what is top of mind for all Americans, namely the work that FDA is doing to facilitate the development of safe vaccines and therapeutics. FDA launched an emergency review and development program called the Coronavirus Treatment Accelerator Program, or CTAP, and we continue to work by guidance and to review proposals from companies, scientists, and researchers who are developing therapies. Let me be clear that data and science will dictate when we will have safe and effective treatments and vaccines for COVID-19, as Dr. Fauci just mentioned. Toward that end, FDA is using every available authority and applying every appropriate regulatory flexibility to facilitate development and testing. We have not lost sight of our solemn responsibility to the American people to ensure our decisions related to all medical products are based on science and data, a commitment that the American public can have confidence in. Again, I assure you that the FDA will provide leadership, expertise, guidance, information, and whatever else is needed as we continue to address this unprecedented challenge. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Hahn. That concludes our openings from the witnesses. And so now we'll move to member questions. Each member will ask questions of our witnesses, and I'll start by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. Now, you know that I'm very critical of the president for a lack of leadership from the start of this pandemic, which I think continues. And of course, it's difficult because you work in theory for the president. And I feel that many of you on many occasions, and be, as Dr. Hahn mentioned, or Commissioner Hahn, fully cognizant of the data and the science. So it's difficult because I'm going to ask you questions of lack of leadership, and I know it's hard for you to answer those, so we'll see. But I do believe the president is encouraging behaviors that are not consistent with good public health, such as encouraging thousands to attend a rally and not mandate the wearing of masks. And I can't imagine DC would suggest this as a best practice in the face of this pandemic. So it's sort of like there's two versions of reality here. One's the president's, and one's hopefully yours based on data and science, the experts. So let me start with Dr. Fauci. You are a trusted voice and have always been candid with us in public. Give us an unvarnished view of where we are at our fight against COVID-19, quickly if you can.
Thank you very much for that question, Mr. Chairman. It really is a mixed bag. We have a very large country, very heterogeneous, major difference in the New York metropolitan area and Casper, Wyoming. If you look at how we've been hit badly. I mean, anybody who looks at the numbers, we've had now over 122.5 million infections. So it's a serious situation. In some respects, we've done very well. Right now, for example, the New York metropolitan area, which has been hit extraordinarily hard, has done very well in bringing the cases down and use that we have very carefully put together in a stepwise fashion to try and carefully reopen their city and their state. However, in other areas of the country, we're now seeing a disturbing surge of infections. Like it's a combination, but one of the things is an increase in community spread. And that's something that I'm really quite about that. And you know that this has been something that's been in the press over the past couple of days, where we were going 5 to 20, and now we sort of stayed about flat, and now we're going up. A couple of days ago, there were 30,000 new infections. That's very troublesome to me. The way you address that, and I've said this over and over again, is you have to have the manpower, the system, the testing, isolate, and contact trace in an effective way so that when you see those instances, you can understand where they're coming from and you can do something about them. Right, a couple of weeks are going to be critical in our ability, those surgings that we're seeing in Florida, in Texas, in Arizona, and in other states. They're not the only difficulty. Bottom line, Mr. Chairman, it's a mixed bag. Some good and some now we have.
All right, now I'm going to have to ask about the president because you talked about testing and how important it is, and Admiral Giroir and I know how important it is. At his rally over the weekend, the president said, and I quote, "When you do testing to that extent, you're going to find more people, you're going to find more cases. So I said to my people, slow the testing down, please," unquote. And this morning he said he meant this. So Dr. Fauci, do you agree with that? Does it make sense that to safely open our limiting the number of tests rather than ensuring that anyone who needs a test can get one? And you don't have to mention the president, but tell us about the testing. And your microphone is on.
I, as a member of the task force, and my colleagues on the task force, to my knowledge, I know for sure, but to my knowledge, none of us have ever to slow down on testing. That just is a fact. In fact, we will be doing more testing, as you've heard from Admiral Giroir, not only testing to specifically identify people in the identify, isolate, and contact trace, but also much more surveillance, arms around, and understand exactly what's going on in community spread. So it's the opposite. We're going to be doing more testing, not less.
And then let me just ask the same question, Phil. Do you agree with the president on this, or do you think we should be testing more people? You don't want to talk about the president, just tell us if you think we should be testing more people.
Yes, Dr. Fauci said, all of us have been and continue to be committed to increasing readily, timely access to testing. We've made an improvement. We still have a ways to go. One of the things, as Tony mentioned, is surveillance, expanding surveillance because of the asymptomatic nature of this infection. And in doing so, we're looking at ways that can really substantially enhance testing by potentially pooling samples. So right now, as Gerard said we're doing 500,000, 600,000 tests a day. If we can pull samples 5 to 1, that would bring it to 3 million. So we're continuing to try to enhance testing. It's a critical underpinning of our response.
Thank you, Dr. Redfield. I recognize Mr. Walden now for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me go straight to the question that my colleague asked. I'll just ask each of you for a yes or no answer. Has President Trump ever directed you to slow down testing for COVID-19 in the United States? Dr. Redfield?
No.
No, Congressman.
Thank you. All right, let's go to some other issues here. Dr. Hahn, you created a website, I believe, on the FDA site dealing with convalescent plasma.
And we left off with Congressman McNerney. Jerry, you're going to have to repeat your question and unmute.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm assuming I'm live now. I want to advise the chairman that your video from the committee is coming in and out, so I'm not sure if I'm in sync or not, but I'm truly concerned by the President Trump's decision to terminate the United States relationship with the World Health Organization, and I'm not alone in that concern. The American Medical Association, for example, has called the president's move a senseless action that will have significant harmful repercussions now and far beyond this perilous. It does appear that the president is not acting on sound public health guidance, but is instead scapegoating the WHO to deflect from his administration's failure responding to the pandemic. Again, according to the Vanity Fair, key U.S. agencies that work with the WHO on public health programs were not consulted or asked for an impact analysis before the president's decision to withdraw. Dr. Fauci, were you consulted about the potential public health impact of the withdrawing from the WHO, and if so, what were your recommendations?
Thank you, sir. I was not specifically consulted about the withdrawal or the withdrawal. The situation with many of us is that we have longstanding relationships with the WHO. The NIAID is a collaborating. I have a memorandum of understanding with Dr. Tedros. Many bits of information that we get, Dr. Redfield and I are on a weekly call that's supervised by the WHO, where we get the opportunity to speak to the various countries. So with regard to what policy comes from the White House, I have not been consulted on, and it hasn't really impacted the kind of interaction.
I'm going to interrupt you, Dr. Fauci. I can't. It's like watching listening to a cell phone that's coming. I'm going to go to my next question, which is really the same question for Dr. Redfield. Were you consulted about the potential of the U.S. withdrawing from the WHO, and if so, what were you?
As with Dr. Fauci, no, not directly. CDC has a long history working with WHO. We continue that collaboration. We're working on both polio eradication, the Ebola outbreaks in the DRC, influenza surveillance across the world. So we continue working at the technical scientist level, and so we continue to do that.
Again, I couldn't hear the response, and it proves the situation. According to Dr. Ashish K. Jha, faculty director of the Harvard Global Health Institute, pulling this critical global health investment while the world is in the middle of battling a pandemic will have outsized consequences, and it will certainly make all of us less safe. And this will put more of our lives at risk, not only globally, but here in the United States. Dr. Fauci, do you have concern with the president's decision to withdraw from the WHO?
Yes, I do, and that's the reason why I'm sorry you did not hear my explanation. What I was saying is that despite any policy issues that come from higher up in the White House, we at the operational level continue to interact with the WHO in a very meaningful way, literally on a day-by-day basis.
Thank you. Dr. Redfield, if he formally withdraws from the WHO, how will that impact the CDC's ability to protect Americans?
Yeah, we will, as I said, we're continuing to work with WHO and our public health effort of different programs. And again, the implication will become, where there's colleagues and able to collaborate. Clearly, there are limitations on our ability to provide direct funding to the WHO. We have the ability to provide funding to the operation through different mechanisms, so we continue the public health work that we need to get done.
Thank you, Dr. Redfield. Well, as a science background, I'm concerned that science is being ignored for political purposes. We must be certain that decisions, like withdrawing from the WHO, are based on sound public health guidance and not on political pursuit of a scapegoat. Science must have a voice at the table, whether it's regarding treatments for the current and future pandemics, climate change, or other issues of public concern. We must include science in decision-making. Ignoring science is dangerous and a disservice to the American public. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. McNerney. Next, Mr. Bilirakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And I want to thank the presenters for their testimony today and all the work you do on behalf of our constituents. Fauci and Dr. Hahn, in the COVID-19 response, we've seen unprecedented scientific collaborations and research information sharing unlike anything before in history. Clinical trials are approved in record time while laser focus remains intent on patient safety. Regulators and drug manufacturers are learning from each other, from joining together against COVID-19. In line with that innovation is the COVID-19 Evidence Accelerator, which is a public-private partnership initiative launched by the Reagan-Udall Foundation for the FDA in collaboration with Friends of Cancer Research to advance understanding of COVID-19 through focus on analysis of real-world diagnostic and clinical data. Question, do you believe these scientific collaborations will lead to lasting changes in how we innovate for drugs and vaccines? How will the innovation changes affect research into diseases like ALS and Alzheimer's disease? Dr. Fauci, if you, okay. Commissioner Hahn.
Congressman, thank you for highlighting this really important endeavor and partnership with the Reagan-Udall Foundation, Friends of Cancer Research. This effort is an attempt to really accelerate, as the name implies, the use of real-world evidence in our decision-making, development, and a research point of view. I do thank you. One is we have to be really careful that we do this in a robust and careful way, because the gold standard remains in clinical trials, randomized clinical trials. That's important that we understand that level of evidence. However, in a rapidly moving situation like we have now with COVID-19, decisions based on the data that's available to us at the time, having additional data afterward as those decisions play out, as we gather evidence about how tests work in the real world, about how treatments are administered, very pragmatic data that allow us to then go back and revisit the vision. To me, there's nothing wrong with that. That's actually a really good thing. As the doctors in the room know, when you're taking care of a patient, you get more data, you bring that back to the table. In fact, you must incorporate that in your decision-making. So I think this is a great opportunity. I'd love to see us do more of it, as I mentioned earlier when asked that question, and would love to continue the conversation with Congress.
Very good. Dr. Fauci, would you like to respond?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that what Dr. Hahn has mentioned is something that spills over into what we do at NIH and NIAID, is the clinical trial process, which is really the gold standard of those types of decisions.
Very good. Thank you. Next question is for Dr. Redfield. Has CDC coordinated with agencies such as the Administration on Community Living to improve efforts to protect the elderly? What steps has CDC taken to foster increased collaboration between the public health sector and aging services sector to meet the needs of older adults during this pandemic?
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you.
CDC has a long-established relationship with the ACL to continue to work on health and well-being, particularly the elderly, but also people with disabilities. We work together in trying to cross-clear information from other agencies and the materials. We also, CDC's reached out to AARP, helped to provide tools for older adults that we can get out and take advantage of. And we'll continue to do that. Obviously, it's a critical group. It was highlighted in terms of the morbidity and mortality of this particular pandemic, as you know. So again, I think we'll continue to cross-collaborate with the ACL and try to help facilitate their mission.
Excellent. Next question, again, Dr. Redfield. Given the fact that we continue to learn about the virus in real time, how often is CDC updating its testing guidelines?
Well, it is. We recently posted our updated testing guidelines last Friday, and I know as we've gotten some feedback from the states, there's an interim re-posting that's going to come to clarify a few issues this week, probably. And then on that basic guideline, we are posting specific guidelines for specific situations. So we did infrastructure, critical infrastructure, we did nursing homes, we did medical. This week, I suspect we're going to K through 12 and higher universities. And then I suspect shortly thereafter, we're going to critical infrastructure businesses. So we are trying to add specific testing guidelines to specific situations. And obviously, new situations, we update them in that setting. But I think you'll see that these of targeted testing guidelines that will be posted over the next several weeks.
Very good. I appreciate that. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Next member is the gentleman from Vermont, Mr. Welch. Unmute, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Walden, and thank the witnesses for your extraordinarily good work. I think it's fair to say that not a single member of this committee, Republican or Democrat, as of December last year, or even January or February, had any notion that threat from the coronavirus. But on the other hand, my understanding is that the public always anticipate, and there are two things that are essential to be ready. One is preparation, and two is communication. I want to ask a few questions about preparation. My understanding is that the National Security Council had a playbook for early response to high consequence emerging infectious diseases. And that indicated that we should, in preparation, move swiftly to fully detect outbreaks, procure PPE, secure supplemental funding, use the Defense Production Act. Are any of you aware of that report having been followed as in 2019 or January or February of 2020? Just a yes or no. It sounds like
I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to. I think you're referring to a document that was put out prior to the outbreak about what the, if you look substantively, much of what is that was in that document actually was implemented, with the exception, as I think you're alluding to, is that the amount of styled PPE and other items that were needed were not at the level able to respond in as efficient way as possible.
Right. And there was a real delay in the use of the Defense Production Act. Also, there had been a white pandemic response team that was eliminated in May of 2018. Anyone think that that was a good decision to eliminate that? I'm not there to see your responses, but I take it the answer is no. That the president did implement January 31, as I understand it, that only applied to foreign nationals coming from Wuhan, but it did not include family members or national. Did that significantly limit the benefit of that travel ban?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Congressman. This is Redfield, CDC.
Very briefly, if you would, because
those individuals as American citizens are qualified to come into America were allowed. They went into 14-day quarantine.
Enforced is my understanding. Let me ask a few other questions about communication. I am sure that every one of you who's very careful about your communications knows how important that is. When the president said on February 23, 2020, that the stock market is starting to look very good and the coronavirus was very much under control. If any one of you agrees with that, would you raise your hand. And on February 27,
I'm sorry, we didn't. None of us heard that question. The 23rd. Could you just repeat
Peter,
that?
could you repeat the question again?
But I said is that communication is extremely important, and we have before us extremely good and careful communicators, for which I thank them. On February 23, 2020, President Trump indicated that the stock market is, quote, starting to look very good, and the coronavirus is, quote, very much under control. Does anyone at the table agree with that statement? If so, raise your hand. And statement was that
Peter, listen, you got to give him a chance to respond because you're not here. If you don't want to respond, that's fine, but I just...
Nobody raised their hand.
I'll say nobody raised their hand. Okay. Next.
All right. Well, on February 27, President Trump said that COVID-19 will disappear like a miracle. Did any of you agree with that statement by President Trump at that time? If so, raise your hand.
Okay, no hands were raised, Peter. Next.
And finally, the President Trump indicated on March 9 that COVID was comparable to the common flu. Dr. Fauci, and you're fearful about the flu making the situation worse. But do you agree that there's any comparison between COVID and the common flu?
You had to put your mic on, Dr. Fauci.
Sorry, it is not the common flu.
Okay, my time is up. I yield back.
All right, thanks a lot. Mr. Johnson of Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Walden, and to our witness, especially our witnesses, for taking your critical time. The work that you're doing is so very important. Obviously, we're not out of the woods with this virus yet, so you're still on the front lines of it. You know, I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about something I don't think I've heard anybody else talk about. You know, during this COVID-19 pandemic and the associated lockdowns and distancing orders, many vulnerable Americans for the first time became isolated and in many cases too fearful or unable to get essential health care. In eastern and southeastern Ohio, where I live, and across rural America, unfortunately, this can be the reality even in normal times. A specialist could be a 3-hour-plus drive away, or a symptom could go unchecked for days because an elderly person might not have a loved one close by to drive them to their doctor. Increased use of telehealth could help alleviate. Telehealth has been a priority of mine for a long time, and it's taken on a new sense of urgency. So many elderly and medically compromised people finding it potentially hazardous to homes due to COVID-19. I'm really pleased that Trump and his administration used the emergency authority that Congress gave them to remove the regulations and red tape that had previously hindered robust deployment of telehealth. And as a result, countless vulnerable Americans now have access to their doctors from the safety of their home, ensuring continuity for essential medical care. I've heard patient after patient and provider who've taken advantage of these safe new services. They love the convenience of it and the immediate access to care. They want to go back to the way that it was before. It's time for Congress to make robust access to telehealth for all Americans, especially the most vulnerable among us. Mr. Fauci, I'd like to start with you. Do you believe that telehealth practices such as virtual doctor's visits could be an effective tool in helping to promote or protect vulnerable individuals in the event of a second wave of COVID-19 or even in a future infectious disease pandemic?
Yes, I do, sir. I believe that telemedicine is a very important component, should have been even more implemented, but as we look to, I think you're going to see a lot more of that, not only for the reasons that given the specific situation we're in now, but for a variety of other situations. And I think Admiral has a very keen interest in this.
Thank you. I would just like to emphasize that as well, is that I think we learned tremendous lessons about the utility of telemedicine. Thought that would be there, but for example, just to understand the uptake, the week of January 15th, there were only 500 telehealth visits by Medicare. The week of April 15th, there was 150,000 of them. We've seen telehealth visits be instrumental in burgeoning SUD issues, particularly with opioid use disorder, teleprescribing, increasing access to buprenorphine. So I think all of us with MDs behind understand that the whole key is getting health care to people where they are and not making them come to a major tertiary or quaternary center unless they really need to be there. So we're increase the use of telemedicine going forward.
Okay. Well, Dr. Redfield, you know, during the last several months, we've seen situations where at-risk elderly and isolated individuals have missed regular doctor appointments and preventative health screening. As one of America's leading public health experts, can you speak briefly to the dangers to public health if patients looking to continue mental health treatment, to check in with their specialist, or even to consult with their doctor are not able to do so over an extended period of time?
Thank you very much, Congressman. I think it's important to emphasize, as we did limit health care, largely the purpose was to keep certain jurisdictions from overwhelming their health systems when we were working towards the peak. Unfortunately, with health care being broadly limited across the nation, as you point out, there were real health consequences. Clearly, in individuals' mental health services, individuals' substance abuse services, but also you know, individuals, we have a marked decline in childhood immunization. Many people miss their preventive medicine visits for mammograms or pap smears or colonoscopies. So it is really important that we get the health system back and operational. And I do think of telemedicine is a critical component, something that needs to stay as part of the innovation as we worked more and more to move from a disease-based system to a health system. So I think it's critical. We've seen an increase in suicides. We've seen an increase, obviously, in drug use disorder. Services back and operational in a manner in which the American public can access.
Thank you very much. And,
citizens to travel
my time has
throughout
expired,
the world.
so Mr. Chairman,
They knew it was human-to-human transmission.
Next
and they
is
failed to adequately.
gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Lujan. Unmute your connection there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Redfield, under federal statute, the CDC is required to treat tribal epidemiologies as public health authorities and share all data. Dr. Redfield, last week your staff indicated in writing that the data sharing issues.
Native American, I think.
What's that, Mr. Chairman?
Commenting on your artwork, I apologize.
Oh, Dr. Redfield, last week your staff indicated in writing that the data sharing issues reported in Politico with a single tribal epidemiology center, but that isn't true. My office has confirmed that this problem goes beyond a single center, and the centers report that they have encountered problems obtaining other data sets from CDC beyond COVID-19. Dr. Redfield, do I have your commitment to work with each of the 12 tribal epidemiology centers to ensure they get access to all the data they are entitled to under law?
Yes. The initial episode you brought up was obviously a significant miscommunication, but you are right that there is still issues to be worked out. Our team is working with the Tribal Epidemiology Center, and we're committed to correcting that for all
Sovereignties Act regarding regarding
Dr.
Chinese
Redfield,
culpability involving the coronavirus. Over 120,000 people have died, 40 missed their job, and it's been a nightmare for our country and the world at large. We've used the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act in the past, amended it in the past, to go after people and represent a threat to our way of life. I think the Chinese, given their behavior over a long period of time, we should consider whether or not new tools are necessary to change behavior that is so devastating and deadly. Then we'll sit down among ourselves and see if we can find a way forward, in my view, to act differently regarding China, because the old way of doing business is not working. With that, I'll turn to Senator Feinstein.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. Today, the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act and China's potential culpability for the COVID-19. I feel differently than you do, so this should make it an interesting discussion. Our focus today is on whether China can be held legally accountable for the coronavirus. That is, whether, excuse me, the Chinese government can be sued in United States courts consistent with the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act. Under long-standing international law, foreign states are generally immune from lawsuits, vice versa. Congress codified this general principle in 1976 when it passed the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act. This law protects China and any other foreign nation from being sued in the United States. But Congress also provided exceptions in the law that allow foreign states to be sued in certain circumstances. For example, Congress provided an exception in the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act to allow a lawsuit based on a foreign state's, quote, commercial activity, end quote, such as the foreign nation's sale of products. The law also allows foreign states, excuse me, wrongful acts result in injury or death within the United States. 2 states, Missouri and Mississippi, have now sued China, claiming that these exceptions to the Foreign Service Immunities Act allow them to sue for initially concealing information about the coronavirus pandemic. And let me say, this is the one thing that I think we really need to look into. Was information, in fact, quote, concealed, end quote? I agree that our own government's conduct, what the Trump administration did or failed to do, should also be examined. The actions of the Trump administration may even play a role. China can or should be held legally responsible for harms within the United States. For example, how can China, for decisions made before the pandemic that made the United States more vulnerable? It was the Trump administration, not China, that cut funds for the Centers for Disease and disbanded an office within the national that focused on responding to global public health threats. And how can China be responsible for decisions that the federal and state governments are making now, long after we learned how quickly and easily COVID-19 can spread and its potentially dangerous consequences, which we are experiencing today? Mr. Chairman, as of Friday, COVID-19 had taken over 108,000 lives, and it has caused untold economic damage. I understand the committee's interest in looking at questions around foreign sovereign immunity and China's failures relating to the coronavirus pandemic, but also need to take a careful look at what our government could and should have been doing. Was it better? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have 3 witnesses. The Attorney General Lynn Finch, Attorney General for the state of Mississippi, welcome. And Mr. Russell Miller, J.B. Strombrook, Professor of Law, Washington Lee Law School. Ms. Shamir Keitner, Alfred and Hannah Fromm, Professor of University of California, Hastings School of Law, San Francisco, California. Each of you have long resumes. You're all very qualified. Thank you for coming. And who is remote? The Mississippi is remote, I understand. Testimony from our witnesses and begin the inquiry. Madam Attorney General, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Graham, Senator Feinstein, and all the members of this the opportunity to appear before you on this important, like the rest of our nation.
Just a second. Any way to turn that down a notch? Yeah, it's just way too loud. It's not your problem. Okay. Let's give it a whirl. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No problem. Graham, Senator Feinstein, and all the members of this committee for the opportunity to appear before you on this important matter. Like the rest of our nation, and indeed the world, Mississippi has faced and continues to face devastating consequences as a result of the coronavirus pandemic. It will likely take many years to recover from the loss of life and livelihood. Over the course of 3 months, we've seen over 22,000 cases and nearly 1,000 deaths. At its height in May, over 200,000 Mississippians filed for unemployment. Our unemployment rate jumped from 5.1% to 16.3% in just 1 month. It is a largely rural state. Our numbers may seem small compared to hotspots. To a state with a population of roughly 3 million, this is significant. We cannot even begin to measure the emotional and mental side effects that this pandemic has thrust upon us. One day, only to never return to their classrooms for the remainder of the school year. The graduations, weddings, and birthday celebrations that were abruptly canceled. The family businesses that will not be passed down to future generations. Mississippians, like others, have not with their elderly loved ones, many of whom sit in nursing homes growing depressed from their children, grandchildren, and friends, and cheated of proper mourning with funerals and viewings unsafe for all in attendance. The people of Mississippi have suffered tremendous loss, and while we appreciate the generous assistance that the federal government has provided, we believe that much of this loss could have been avoided had China acted as a more responsible global citizen. In fact, not only did China fail to promptly inform the people of the world of the seriousness of this strong contagion, they willfully acted to prevent the world from knowing about COVID-19 and to downplay what the world did know in an effort to benefit themselves. China must be held accountable for those actions. They must be held accountable for keeping the world in the dark about the true nature of this public health crisis. You helped them to hoard masks and other personal protective equipment. When the rest of the world eventually needed them, selling defective or substandard PPE at inflated costs. If an engaged in actions like these, attorneys general across the country would be lining up at the courthouse doors. AGs filed these consumer protection suits not only to recover monetary compensation for losses, but also to act as a deterrent against future similar bad acts. The coronavirus has killed, caused serious medical harm, destroyed businesses, and functionally altered the American way of life. We must hold China accountable so that they and all other nation states will know that they don't allow them to act with impunity. That when they American people will not turn a diplomatic blind eye, but will use whatever tools we have at our disposal to seek justice. Thank you for this opportunity to share Mississippi's story with you. Question.
Thank you very much, Attorney General Fitch. Mr. Russell Miller. Make sure you turn your mic on. There you go.
There, I think we're on. Chairman Graham, Ranking Member Feinstein, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss China's potential international law responsibility for the harm caused by the coronavirus pandemic. Professor of Law at Washington and Lee University School of Law, and I am an experienced researcher in the field of public international law. Among my publications in that field is the book Transboundary Public International Law, Lessons from the Trail Smelter Arbitration. And it is my expertise on that canonical trail smelter that serves as an important foundation for my contribution to this hearing. I support congressional and executive branch efforts to account for the Chinese government's potential international law responsibility for the substantial transboundary harm it may have caused in connection with the global coronavirus pandemic. The trail smelter arbitration announced the applicable customary international law rule. It's sometimes referred to as the transboundary harm principle, and that rule holds that no state may use or permit the use of its territory in such a manner as to cause serious injury in the territory of another state. The Trail Smelter arbitration also provides a model for a fair and equitable process for determining the Chinese government's international law responsibility. That process would feature an independent international institution before which all interested parties could participate to establish the facts and influence the interpretation and application of the law. Many reasons why the United States should pursue and the Chinese government should consider participating in a transboundary harm process. In any case, the success of such a process would be enhanced for civil law remedies against foreign relation to the global coronavirus pandemic, both as a means for individual justice and as a means for motivating the Chinese government to engage in international negotiations concerned with establishing its responsibility and settling on potential remedies. Legislation proposed by members of this committee would make those civil suits possible, and I want to emphasize, would commit the United international law process, not unlike the Trail Smelter arbitration. Those are admirable objectives. I am motivated today by a deep commitment to the global order and to the public international law regime that makes it. State sovereignty is at the heart of that global order, and the Trail Smelter arbitration provided a rule, and it provided an example of a process for enforcing state sovereignty and international law in our interconnected and transnational era. The pandemic originated in China, and there are profound policy and legal reasons for considering whether the Chinese government's acts and omissions were the proximate cause of the pandemic's immense transboundary harm. In any case, the Trail Smelter arbitration teaches us that the transboundary harm principle can actually do the country a great deal of good. In this case, it would advance the health and human rights interests of the Chinese people. Participation in the transboundary harm process would signal the good faith needed for a confident resumption of the world trade regime from which China profits so significantly. It would bolster China's desire to achieve the status of a responsible, reputable, and respected global power. But most importantly, just like in the Trail Smelter arbitration, this process would hold the Chinese government responsible for the transboundary harm. It would help prevent a repeat of the pandemic, and it would secure some compensation for the Americans who are suffering because of this devastating, disruptive, and deadly pandemic. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Ms. Keitner, did I get your name right there?
Indeed.
Thank you.
Chairman Gornstein and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Shemin Chair in International Law at UC Hastings Law School in San Francisco. I've also served proudly as Counselor on International Law at the Department of State, where I worked on matters including foreign sovereign immunity. I offer this testimony solely on my own behalf, and I'd like to ask today. First, the United States has more to lose than any other country by removing the shield of foreign immunity for a pandemic. And I'm reassured to hear, Senator Graham, that you appreciate this fully, as you indicated this is a difficult decision to make. Second, private litigation will not bring China to the negotiating table, and it will not produce answers or compensation for U.S. victims. And so I'm afraid my colleague, Professor Miller, is mistaken in the premise of the argument, as is Attorney General Fitch. Process in domestic courts would produce the desired. If it would, we might entirely be justified in having a different balance of a cost-benefit analysis here. Instead, Congress should focus on the inadequate federal response to COVID-19 and on restoring U.S. leadership in global public health. And again, I'm delighted that my colleague, Professor Miller, endorses that goal as well. Now, let me be here to defend China. My purpose in joining you here today is to help protect the United States. My testimony would be virtually identical if the pandemic had originated in any other country. My points about sovereign immunity are neither original nor controversial, as partisan, and I'll address them in turn. First, in removing sovereign immunity for a pandemic. The principle of foreign state immunity does not absolve any country from legal responsibility for its wrongdoing, and that's an essential point to emphasize. It also does not prevent the serious consequences on foreign countries for violating our mutual obligations. It does not come a quote-unquote diplomatic blind eye, as the Attorney General calls it. What it does prevent is non-consensual litigation against one country in another country's courts. Instead, we do resolve disputes through diplomacy, including coercive diplomatic measures, national tribunals whose jurisdiction is based on consent. Because of our unparalleled global footprint, the United States has the most to lose from weakened immunity rules. And indeed, the 1976 Act that Senator Feinstein referred to does contain 2 exceptions. I'd be glad to explain in questions why those do not apply here. We might be on the receiving end of a virus today, but we could easily be on the exporting end of a different virus tomorrow. My second point, as I mentioned earlier, is that private litigation is trying to negotiate, and it will not provide answers or compensation. Instead, hope to U.S. victims and tie us up in years of counterproductive litigation at the expense of U.S. taxpayers in U.S. courts. In addition, recall President Trump's effusive praise of China's initial response, which included late January on behalf of the American people. If lawsuits against China proceed, you can be sure that his remarks will be cited in China's defense. This is just one of many hurdles these lawsuits would face. The causal chain, as you have heard, has dozens, if not hundreds, of additional links. In this respect, and in many others that I'd be happy to go into, it is fundamentally different from the Trail Smelter case. Exceptions to sovereign immunity, including from attachment and execution, as one of the proposed bills would do, would not compel China to negotiate. But using these complaints in U.S. courts as a lever to force negotiations, dynamite, to try to put out a forest fire. As the tireless work of our own public health officials has shown, detecting, reporting, and containing pathogens are routine and essential government functions. These are precisely the sorts of functions that foreign state immunity covers, international and U.S. domestic law. This brings me to my final point, which is that we must focus on our domestic response and restoring our global leadership. A crisis of this proportion demands that we focus on actions that will help American people. I strongly support the call for an international independent investigation for a bipartisan panel, as has been proposed, akin to the 9/11 Commission. Such a commission would show the world that we are confident enough and candid enough to confront a crisis without resorting to the kind of concealment and buck passing more often associated with authoritarian regimes. And I look forward to your questions.
Thank you all. Attorney General Fitch, have I got your name right?
Yes, sir.
Do you feel like the people of Mississippi are to blame, or is China to blame?
Certainly China's to blame and must be held accountable, Mr. Chairman.
From your point of view, does this, the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act, need to be amended at all to allow you to move forward?
Absolutely. Now, we are moving forward because we believe that there is an exception that is already workable, and that's how we're proceeding on our lawsuit, which we filed in the United States Federal District Court of the Southern District of Mississippi. It's important to note that with the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act, that the exception that is known as the commercial activity exception is an action based upon commercial activity carried on in China that causes a direct effect in the United States, and they may not be immune from the jurisdiction of U.S. courts. It defines commercial activity by reference to the nature of the course of conduct or particular transaction or act, and not by its purpose. And China was engaged in commercial activity, including the production, import, and export of PPE, even essentially nationalizing the PPE manufacturing. We believe this exception is workable, and that's why we're proceeding with our lawsuit. Now, certainly the amendment to the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act would, because providing additional exceptions provides us broader avenues for states and individuals to seek justice. There's no reason to restrict the tools in our toolbox.
Mr. Miller, what's the argument she just made, your knowledge of the act? Do you think that the Mississippi lawsuit is justified under the current law?
My expertise isn't as strong in the area of the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act as either the Madam Attorney General or my colleague, Professor Keitner, that legislation and the relevant rules led me to wonder if, in fact, there's an uphill battle in these cases, both under the commercial activities provisions or the territorial tort provisions. You're going to hear skepticism about the functionality of those exceptions in this case from professors. All of that only then points to the necessity for amending the act if we want to move forward with these suits.
So the goal, from your point of view, would be to drive China in a consensual arbitration environment. Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, I don't share Professor Keitner's view. Civil suits are more harmful, necessarily more hostile. We have plenty of evidence that they can actually do what you've just described, Chairman, that they can move our foreign partners to consensual negotiation. But we also have evidence that they can turn towards providing actual compensation for American victims in a number of cases. The case against Saudi Arabia, justified under the exceptions opened up by the JASTA amendments, is moving painstakingly through the process, but holds out real promise for securing justice. I can think of one profound example in which civil litigation worked in tandem with the kind of international law processes I described. And that, of course, is the long and painful story of the Pan Am 103 terrorist attacks. And in that context, civil litigation worked profoundly to move Libya towards a exceptional law level.
Well, so my goal is to put as many levers on the table as possible to get China to change, compensate people in a fair fashion. This is the third pandemic coming out of China, and the consequence to our country and the world has just been astounding. So to go back to the old model where you just, I don't know, Ms. Keitner, do you support a pandemic tariff?
Your Honor,
could you put...
Yes, I just promoted you to judge. Senator, I am not an economist. I do reference in the footnotes of my written testimony a report from the, I believe it's the American Economic Institute, that explains in convincing detail why that would be a terrible idea.
Okay, you don't support tariffs. Do you support sanctioning China?
Yes, I think in certain appropriate circumstances.
Can you tell me what you would do?
Well, the executive branch under the international economic powers, and in fact has used that ability to impose sanctions both on a state level and individual basis.
What can we do?
You could give the president further guidance in the types of sanctions you would like to see with the Uyghur Human Rights Act recently. And I think those types of levers are the ones that are much likely to boomerang back than the one that your colleagues are proposing here.
Can you give me an example of where sanctions against China has substantially changed their behavior?
Again, my expertise is not in China specifically, but I would point to the progress that we've made both with respect to economic espionage, although there does seem to be some backsliding there, as well as the trade deal that I was reading our president this morning is still in good shape.
I'll answer my own question, no. Absolutely no example. Doing anything under the current situation has changed China's behavior. That's why we're having the hearing. Senator Feinstein.
Did you call on me? Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I just want to point out that the chairman did not administer an oath, but that the witness to tell the truth.
You're right, I didn't. I'll swear him in. Why don't we do that? My bad. Raise your right hand. In Mississippi, right hand too. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're giving and have given is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God?
I do.
Yes. There you go. I don't know if that works,
Mr.
but
Chairman.
we'll try.
On April 17 of this year, a relations firm, I think it's by the name of O'Donnell and Associates, released a memo urging Republicans running for office to blame China for COVID and to shift any responsibility away from the Trump administration's planning for and response to the pandemic. So I'd like to ask this of both panelists. Are you aware of that memo? And if so, how did you learn about it? Attorney General?
Thank you, Senator Feinstein. I am not aware of that document, nor have I seen it or heard anything about that.
Thank you. Hear from our panelists here.
I've never heard about this memo, never seen it.
Yes, Senator Feinstein, I've done my homework. I am aware of the memo. I read about it in the press. I then read the memo and found it extremely striking that many of the allegations in the memo are repeated almost verbatim in some of the lawsuits that have been and are being filed.
Before Attorney General Fitch, Mrs. lawsuit against China just days after the release of the memo. Before suing about the Republican strategy to shift blame to China?
Senator Feinstein, I did not. I believe this legal action is worth taking on behalf of the people of Mississippi. We cannot ignore what China did, and I brought suit under our consumer protection laws. It's important. Again, we are showing that China engaged in unfair and deceptive acts and methods, and China covered up the seriousness of COVID-19.
Thank you. I understand that.
Efforts to move forward.
Thank you. I have another question. Before suing China, Attorney General, did you talk with anyone about the Republican strategy to shift blame to China? Has any expressed to you in any way, shape, or form they think your lawsuit is the blame to China?
No, not at all.
And you know you're under oath?
Yes.
Okay. I just would like, Mr. Chairman, to know more about that Republican communication firm that released the memo urging...
I can say I did it along with everybody else. I figured this out all on my own.
Okay. Here's another question. Does the Foreign Sovereign Immunity allow lawsuits against China related to the coronavirus?
To me, and I am a reporter on foreign sovereign immunity for the American Law Institute, although of course I don't represent the views of the Institute here today, it does not. That is precisely why amendment would be needed in order to allow suits to be filed, although again, they would not compensation. And I would be glad in questions for the record to elaborate extensively on why there are not examples that are relevant that pave the way to the glorious end we're all hoping for here.
I would qualify that, Senator, only by noting that that's a legal question to be determined through advocacy and arguments over the nature of the standards in the two exceptions, the commercial activities exception and the territorial tort exception.
With respect, Professor Miller, I'm giving my expert opinion as a former State Department lawyer and someone who's written extensively.
Could he finish answering?
Yeah, it's really a determination of law for an Article III judge, not a State Department representative who would, in essence, be a party to that advocacy to settle that question definitively. You asked whether it's possible to sue, and of course it's possible, and the legal standards have to be resolved by an Article III judge.
Thank you. Please continue.
Oh, sorry, and again, just to clarify, I am not here on behalf of the State Department. I haven't worked there in several years, but it did give me insight and experience that nobody else on this witness panel has. What I will say to assure the Attorney General, if the problem is PPE, that could be a straightforward contract-based claim that would fall under a sovereign immunity exception. You can get your money back, but that does not give you a hook to start litigating public policy of the Chinese disease prevention and regulatory agencies, just as we would not want a foreign country's courts to scrutinize the actions of our FDA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Grassley.
Yeah, most of my questions will be to Fitch and Miller. I'm the author of the Anti-Terrorism Act and its subsequent amendments, so I know how difficult it is for victims in cases against foreign states or entities to get compensation. This is especially true when Congress clearly says one thing, but the courts still do another. I also think the Chinese government and its agents and subsidiaries will go to avoid U.S. justice. Last Congress, I introduced the State-Owned Entities Transparency and Accountability Reform Act, which would amend the Foreign Sovereigns Immunity Act to prevent the games that Chinese state-owned enterprises play in our own justice system. So here's the first question. If Congress amended the Foreign Sovereigns Immunity to prevent Americans to sue China for COVID-19 damages, are you concerned the victim's ability to collect in their judgments? And in other words, do you envision victims actually getting compensation from China? Why or why not? Start with the Attorney General from Mississippi.
Thank you, Senator. No, we fully believe that we are moving toward monetary damages and compensation for the state of Mississippi. But again, this is very much about deterrence. Entering into a lawsuit on behalf of the state of Mississippi, we are holding China accountable. They have been a bad actor. They have willfully acted. They have been malicious. And so we intend to not only go for monetary damages for all Mississippians, but certainly to set an example that we rate this, and by setting an example in a deterrence manner through our lawsuit.
Professor Miller.
Yeah, obtaining compensation for American victims, or the Foreign Sovereign Immunity Act, is a very difficult prospect. I recognize that. But we have a number of cases in which American victims of unlawful activity by foreign sovereigns can be given compensation, can receive justice. And it's that we imagine how the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act, as amended by some of the legislation in consideration, in combination with consensual international law leverage, can actually move us towards that goal.
In 2016, I worked with other sponsors on the JASTA Act, and recently led 2 important amendments to my Anti-Terrorism Act of 1992 to reopen the courthouse doors for American victims of international terrorism. Through it all, Congress was consistently told by the foreign policy crowd to not move ahead for fear of this or that reciprocal action overseas, but we nevertheless passed those bills to get justice for American citizens. My first question, I'll start with the Attorney General for Mississippi. Would you agree that Congress acts for the American people and that it shouldn't be swayed by foreign threats or speculative retaliation?
Absolutely, Senator. We should not be swayed by any threats coming from a foreign nation. I think certainly the amendments and adding additional exceptions these are going to provide us broader avenues on how we proceed and we seek justice for states and individuals. So no reason to restrict and no reason to give in to their threats or demands.
Before I call on you, Professor Miller, let me give another question and you can answer the 2 at a time. China has long made clear its intention to aggressively use domestic and international legal systems as part of what it calls 3 wars. China is already using our legal system against Americans. Isn't it only appropriate that Americans have full legal recourse against China for its actions and failures? Professor?
Yeah, Senator, thank you. I'm here advocating for us to open up the possibility of American domestic civil as a way of adding leverage to the mechanisms at the international law level, consensual mechanisms that produce compensation. So I find that a compelling concern. I want to assure that it is a unanimous Supreme Court that recently endorsed the kinds of amendments this committee is considering with respect to foreign sovereign immunity and extending punitive damages coverage on the basis of some of the amendments this body has pursued.
May I correct a statement in that testimony?
You may, yes.
The Supreme Court by no means endorsed the kind of exceptions we're discussing here. It was a question of retroactivity and interpreting this body's choice of statutory language. However, there is a very good basis for distinguishing the terrorism exceptions that I'd be glad to get into if asked.
Okay, I'll yield.
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Graham. Thank you to our panel today. There is partisan concern about China's early response to the pandemic. And it's also clear that the WHO's initial response was inadequate. However, that doesn't change the reality that in the United States, we've seen more than 120,000 Americans die and an economic crisis at moments rivaling the Great Depression because of a disorganized and chaotic federal response. We should find accountable, but we also must honestly assess our own response and how the administration's actions will or will not bring us out of this ongoing pandemic safely and prepare us for work next pandemic. So, Professor Keitner, if I might, the principle of sovereign immunity is based, if Congress were to create a cause of action against China for its response to COVID-19. What countries from trying to hold the United States liable for example, damages response to the pandemic or other actions?
Thank you, Senator. Well, in the first instance, what would stop them is customary international law, and in some instances, their own domestic immunities. But what would happen, because the United States is a trendsetter and does have a tremendous development of customary international law, it is not simply a question of fearing threats from China. That is not for ourselves. However, it will have an effect of eroding the protections that we enjoy in foreign courts, and particularly in the pandemic context, where we don't even actually know for sure right now whether, for example, the influenza pandemic in 1918, where that started, where the 2009 pandemic came from. There are indications it may have been the United States. We don't want to be put on the hook for those sorts of things in foreign courts either.
Are there other recent examples of Congress stripping a foreign government of sovereign immunity where it wasn't related to an act of terrorism, where it wasn't somehow terrorism related?
Certainly not to my knowledge, and I have looked at this issue very comprehensively.
Mr. Miller, are there other examples you can cite recently of Congress stripping foreign sovereign immunity and not implicate terrorism?
No, but I would qualify that answer only by the scale of the harm done by this pandemic might justify departure from that tradition.
What are, Professor Keitner, the diplomatic tools the United States could use to impose costs on China for its lack of transparency, its suppression of information? Has the administration used all of these tools? Have we effectively used our own tools, and have we with our allies and partners to impose costs?
Thank you, Senator. Again, I think my expertise lies in our use of courts, and on your latter point, we have not effectively coordinated with allies. Former, not a current government official, is that we haven't done a very good job coordinating among agencies either. So the kind of teamwork that we need, both to impose consequences and to solve the massive problems that we're all facing, is something that we need to do through leadership, and we need to do together.
So President Trump has decided we should stop he thinks China has too much influence over the WHO. But our withdrawal would prevent us from participating in improving the agency and holding it accountable and making positive changes. And frankly, in our absence, Chinese influence over the WHO will likely only increase. In our absence, having threatened or withdrawn, will you see ways that, like the United States, could actually lead reform? Or does it strike you as more likely that China will end up having a greater role in response to pandemics, and as a result will end up more vulnerable to future outbreaks?
The absence of the United States from the WHO, if that indeed comes to pass, would be devastating for the health of Americans and for the health of individuals around the world. What we have seen with this pandemic, precisely the scope of harm that my colleague Professor Miller referred to, is that notwithstanding the intent or the scale of the original act, unlike flying airplanes into the Twin Towers, an act of international terrorism on U.S. soil as you defined it in the statute when you enacted JASTA, this is something that happened. It could come from the United States, it has come to the United States, and we will not be able to suppress or identify these threats if we are not part of the global body charged with doing so.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cornyn.
Professor Keitner, where did the COVID-19 virus come from?
I personally have no idea. I've read reports, I do.
Do you have a security clearance?
It is no longer active.
Okay. So you don't know whether it came from China or not?
Personally, under oath, no, I do not, but I, again, would be happy to recite reports if that's of interest.
Well, you said you had insight and expertise that no one else on the panel has. Does that also extend to the origins of the virus?
It is limited to the origins of the virus, and it covers issues of foreign sovereign immunity, international tribunals.
It sounded to me like you were saying that it was the United States government's fault, not China. Did I misunderstand you?
You absolutely misunderstood me, Senator.
Well, I heard somebody said, excuse me, I heard someone on the panel suggest that this was part of a Republican public relations effort to shift blame from the United States government and away from China. Do you subscribe to that?
I have no knowledge of whether or not anybody read the memo. I note Senator Graham's comment that he did figure this out all on his own, end quote. So the motivations here are unclear to me, but the main point remains: China, in its obligation to the international community, the WHO, because it's an international organization, can be bullied, and the way to prevent that from happening is to be a partner with our allies, to step up and show example that we are transparent, that we are honest, that we know how to do tests. We can conquer this pandemic together.
Well, I know you know this, but there is a precedent for Congress amending the Foreign Sovereign Immunity Act to provide a cause of action, or at least allow to foreign nationals for obtained by them on American soil. And of course, I'm talking about JASTA, right?
Sorry, I think maybe there may have been some words in there. We can sue foreign states. Also, at certain points, their officials for damages sustained by Americans on U.S. soil. Indeed, there is a difference between immunity stripping and causes of action. We can get into that later. But if the question is whether under U.S. law, Congress has the power to do whatever it wants with the FSIA, the answer, of course, is yes.
And we did in passing JASTA back in 2015 or 16.
Indeed, and the reason the sky did not fall is because of the limited language in that statute.
Okay. So Congress clearly has the authority to do that, and I assume would have the authority, in your opinion, to craft a similar narrow statutory exception to sovereign immunity in this circumstance.
Again, I see no dispute about the authority of Congress here.
Well, Mr. Chairman, my own experience with JASTA was as the lead sponsor for a bill that passed unanimously in the Senate, was actually countries hired lobbyists on K Street to come in and lobby the United States government not to pass JASTA, which again passed unanimously. And I know the ranking member, Chairman Grassley, Chairman Graham, and others are working on some changes to the Foreign Agent Registration Act, which would make it easier for the U.S. to identify foreign countries hiring American lobbyists to come here and lobby us to change U.S. law in a way that benefits these other countries, but to the detriment of the United States and its citizens. And I hope we can continue to pursue that. I think that's an important piece of this, because we know that China also has been very aggressive in its public relations campaign and propaganda efforts. I think I heard one of the repeat what had been said, that there was some published reports that this actually emanated from the United States. In fact, I think China made the argument that it was actually some U.S. military which was the source of the corona. So this is very...
Senator, I'm sorry, just to clarify my testimony, there is no question that this did not originate in the United States. I had understood your question to put at issue whether it originated in the wildlife market, whether it perhaps originated elsewhere in China and migrated to the market. So just so we know, we're on the same page. This virus originated somewhere in China. I just do not know where precisely.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. Thanks.
White House.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know if we're running a Republican Senate campaign committee errand here or not, and I'm not
I can
going to
assure
pursue
you
it.
not, and vote on this bill, and if you want to defend China, you're welcome to do so.
No, I actually was interested in on at the Department of Justice, which we have oversight over while we're here together. The first is that it turns out the Attorney General has fired the attorney for the Southern District of New York. Doesn't seem to be any reason for it. None was stated. It seems to have been pretty rash in that the Department of Justice seemed to have forgotten that Mr. Berman was a judicial appointment, not a Department of Justice or presidential appointment. So when they tried to fire him, they ran into a problem that gave him leverage to impose that his deputy would be his successor and not the Attorney General from New Jersey. Alone is a bizarre circumstance. The U.S. Attorney from New Jersey, nothing against New Jersey, but if you're the Sovereign District of New York, and suddenly you're told that you're going to be run by the U.S. Attorney from New Jersey as a part-time effort, something bizarre is going on. When you haven't figured out that Mr. Berman is a judicial appointee, something bizarre is going on. When you haven't figured out that this committee still influences on U.S. Attorney nominees, so you think you're going to put Jay Taylor, realizing you have to go through Chuck Schumer and Kirsten Gillibrand to get there? I mean, this is fire the associate quality preparation. Something weird happened in the Department of Justice to cause knucklehead stumble-bum errors like that be done by the Attorney General of the United States, and I submit we'd be better off spending our time looking into what that was. And here's another one. We had Mr. Delrahim, the head of the hearing. We asked questions about a patently preposterous antitrust investigation that he had launched that happened to align extremely well with the political interests of President Trump and of Marathon Patrol, the California fuel efficiency standards. So we got nothing in the answers at the hearing. So I followed up with QFRs, and as you all know, questions for the record have been, I think as a matter of policy, ignored by the Department of Justice, whether they come from my side or your side. So we got no answers to our QFRs, so we sent a follow-up letter saying, what's up with the QFRs? No answer. I put a hold on a bill that the department wanted, and suddenly I got a little bit of their attention, and I brought it to the chairman's attention, and to his credit, he brought the Deputy Attorney General over to sit down and talk through what the heck, all the questions for the record and all the letters that the Department of Justice isn't answering. I mean, by the dozen. This is a pattern. This is a practice. Well, why would they be avoiding answering questions about this antitrust thing? While we're doing this, they're having a hearing over in House Judiciary right now on what's going on to the Department of Justice. And here's the New York Times reporting from just minutes ago about the whistleblower from the antitrust. His name is Elias. And the report is, Mr. Elias's statement also portrayed an antitrust review, the one we talked about, of deal struck by 4 major automakers with the state of California to voluntarily continue to improve fuel efficiency and reduce emissions on new cars, despite the Trump administration's rollback of federal standards, as politically motivated rather than grounded in the facts and the law. Mr. Trump had attacked the deal on Twitter, and the division began its review without procedures, Mr. Elias said. Quote, the day after the tweets, antitrust division political leadership, the guys who sat right there and wouldn't answer our questions, instructed staff to initiate an investigation that day, he wrote. Something is very wrong at the Department of Justice, whether it's Mr. Delrahim and his antitrust division that is running political errands for President Trump against America's auto companies, U.S. attorneys who are investigating Trump associates for apparent reason in such a cluster mess that they managed to overlook that he was a judicial appointment, managed to overlook that there's a blue slip, managed to lie twice. Either Barr or Berman is lying about whether there was an agreement Berman would resign, and either Barr or whether Trump ordered the firing. Trump said, I had nothing to do with it, right on Trump's shoulders. So you got 2 lies floating around out there that haven't been assigned to the individual liar. You got to admit, guys, this is weird. This is not the Department of Justice that America counts on. And my time has expired. I apologize for going over a minute, but you got to admit, this is weird.
Well, if you want to hear weird, we'll tell you about Loretta Lynch and all those other people. There's a lot of weird going on. But the blue slip process is in place. There's nobody coming to be the Southern District New York U.S. Attorney that doesn't get blue slip returned. That's been the policy of the committee. That will not change.
We appreciate that, Mr. Chairman.
Well, that's just,
thank you.
You don't need to, that's just a fair way to do business. As to the number 2 in the Southern District in New York, I have all the confidence in the world she'd do her job in terms of firing Mr. Berman. There's certainly, and if somebody suggests it was done inappropriately, we'll call Mr. Horowitz and let him look at it. But we're going to still keep talking about China, And with that, I think Senator Hawley, is that right, Senator Lee? You want Senator Hawley to go ahead? Is that okay? Senator Hawley, are you there? Senator Hawley's not there. Okay. Senator Lee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for holding this hearing. It has what we might describe fairly as a long and very disturbing history of civil rights, including civil rights abuses against its own citizens. This is a pattern of abuse, really, and it's one that is somewhat startlingly evident, even in the airbrushed picture that we've been given from China on its on its own internal reaction to the COVID-19 global pandemic. Perhaps most egregious are the reports of China's quote-unquote sealed management of the virus, which led to Communist Party officials welding the inside of welding people inside of their homes and apartment buildings. This is not something that a responsible government does. This is something that we should not countenance in any way. But as barbaric as that is, welding people into their homes, it's just the tip of the iceberg. Their microphone on. Even though the Chinese government knew, or at least strongly had reason to suspect, that the virus was by human-to-human contact, Wuhan Fen was disciplined for ordering her staff to put on masks. Dr. Wenling, another Wuhan fish by the Chinese government, in that instance for trying to about the deadly nature of the virus. Unfortunately, Dr. Wenling lost his life to COVID-19. Suggests that as early as December 31st, China could have taken reasonable preventative measures to protect the rest of the world from this pandemic. Instead, China repeatedly lied to its own citizens. It lied to the World Health Organization, and it lied to the rest of the world about the nature of the virus, about the extent of the spread, and about the rising death rate and infection rate within China. The National Health Commission even went so far as to outlaw publishing information related to the outbreak. Now, this is the Public Health Commission, whose job it is, supposedly, to protect public health within China. The effort to cover up the severity of the situation extended beyond Wuhan and across China's borders. It's a problem inherent to communism, propaganda, and the political whitewashing become deadly. Based on representations from Chinese officials, the World Health Organization, quote, did not recommend any specific measures for travelers, close quote, and even went so far as to advise against any travel or trade restrictions on China. In fact, the World Health Organization, which itself failed to conduct its own research and instead mystifyingly relied on representations from China itself, did not raise any alarm bells 30th. And yet, as much as a week earlier, on January 23rd, Chinese officials shut down domestic flights out of Wuhan and surrounding municipalities to avoid spreading the virus throughout China and within China. This is alarming, considering that they continued to allow international flights and thus allowed the virus to continue to be spread until March 29th. Thank goodness that President Trump restricted travel into the United States from China as early as he did, or the situation would have been much, much worse. Professor Keitner, I'd like to see you in written testimony. You acknowledge that damning actions and omissions. Do you stand by that statement?
Absolutely, Senator. As I indicated, I am not here to defend.
I appreciate that. Attorney General Fitch, if under current U.S. law, if we lack jurisdiction over China in this instance, what other avenues of relief are available to allow us to hold China accountable for lying to the World Health Organization of the world and for failing to take precautions to prevent the spread of this virus across the world? There you go. We can hear now. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator. We certainly will proceed with our lawsuit based on the exception that we've discussed. any additional exceptions are very important. You know, the world today is very different from 1976. So no law should be absolutely static to amend these laws and to give us other tools. But to your point, Senator, we really can't understand as a free society to see these doctors, these medical experts that were forced to confess to crimes, to prepare self-criticisms and stop committing unlawful acts as they were made to do. You know, we looked at it, we said it was censored. We know that these are bad actors in China, and we've got to hold them accountable. So we'll move very readily on our lawsuit with the exception at hand, and we look forward to any other additional exceptions brought through the Congress.
Thank you, General Fitch. I ask one more question.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I've got a question for Professor Miller. As a member of the World Health Organization, I'd like to know, first of all, what duty China might have had to accurately report information to the World Health Organization, and related to that point, if China did knowingly mislead the World Health Organization, under that agreement, what action can we expect the World Health Organization to hold China?
Senator Lee, I'm sorry I won't be able to answer that question. The obligations states confront as part of their duties to the World Health Organization or their participation in the World Health. I can say that there is a spectrum of public international law commitments to which the United States, but also China, are responsible for fulfilling that range from global health concerns to human rights concerns like the important issues you raised, to security concerns, all at the international law level, which could be implicated here as well. But the details of obligations under the World Health Organization regime, I'm not competent to comment on.
Okay. I'd be happy to chime in if you'd like, Senator.
That's okay. Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I want appreciation to the chairman for adhering to the blue slip policy, but also his suggestion just now that if anything inappropriate occurred with the dismissal of United States Attorney Berman, that we should ask for further inquiry. I'm going to suggest to the chairman respectfully that we should ask Attorney General Barr to appear before the committee. He promised, literally sitting right there during his questions from me, that he would not fire the United States Attorney in the Southern District of New York. He promised that he would not dismiss that prosecutor for anything but some provable misconduct. In effect, he made that commitment. So I think he has raised very severe questions about his truthfulness under oath, and he was under oath in that proceeding. I've written him today.
Senator Bloom, I don't mean to interrupt. Can you get me that from the record? Appreciate that if you could.
I would be happy to, Mr. Chairman. In fact, I've included in a letter that I wrote to today asking him for an explanation in writing. I'd be glad to provide the chairman, and I, again, appreciate his interest in this matter and his willingness to adhere to the blue slip policy. I want to say the issue has been raised about a commission. I think you raised it, Professor Geithner. Actually, I proposed legislation to establish an independent, completely nonpartisan, to look back and learn lessons, because we have to learn lessons from the mistakes that were made and the misconduct that may have occurred. And the Chinese are blameless. Their concealment of the true magnitude of this pandemic no doubt contributed to the scope of the loss. And at the same time, the administration downplayed the need for preparedness, in fact, fired the team that was responsible for pandemic response, dismissed early evidence about the magnitude of this insidious, deadly disease. It delayed Youth Reduction Act. It denied the need for testing and masks and gowns and face masks, other kinds of preparedness and vaccines and therapeutics. So there is a lot of blame to go around, but that kind of commission ought to be established at some point so that we can learn lessons. I want to say to the Attorney General of Mississippi, I certainly admire any attorney general who is willing to battle the odds in court. My mind goes back to my own experience with a post that I held for 20 years, in particular, my joining the then Attorney General of Mississippi in a lawsuit against the tobacco companies that everybody said could not be won. They gave us no chance, including then the United States Department join us in that lawsuit. So I encourage you to continue an uphill battle to vindicate the rights and losses of the people of Mississippi and any other Attorney General who joins you. And let me just ask you, I take it that you are not here, Attorney General Fitch, to say that a change in the law is necessary for the success of your lawsuit because you fit within the exception of the commercial activities law of the Foreign Sovereign Immunity Act. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And we certainly would appreciate any additional avenues and tools that we can move forward. And thank you for those words. I mean, I take all of our litigation serious. I'm acting on behalf of all Mississippians, and we're looking for justice. That's why I'm proceeding with this lawsuit against Chip. Thank you for the commission to review. I think that's extremely beneficial, and I appreciate moving forward on that. But if we can hold them accountable now, that's exactly what we should do.
And you are not relying on some of the published reports that I have seen, including from the Secretary of State, implying that the coronavirus might have been produced in a laboratory in Wuhan and allowed to escape by the Chinese. That's not part of your...
No, my claim, Senator, I'm proceeding on my lawsuit under the Mississippi Consumer Protection Act and the Mississippi Antitrust Statute.
Well, that's a good thing because I can tell you from my review of the intelligence here, and I think it has been acknowledged by most scientists, there is no evidence to support that kind of claim so far as I know, but that is not that China does not bear some blame here. And I just want to read you some quotes from the President of the United States on January 24th. He said, quote, "It will all work out well. In particular, on behalf of the American people, I want to thank President Xi," end quote. On February 7th, he said, "I just spoke to President Xi last night. It's a very tough, but I think he's going to handle it. I think he's handled it really well," end quote. Through mid-March, he continued to issue tweets and statements like the ones I've just read. He began to change his tune in mid-March, but how do you deal with those quotes from the president, in effect thanking the Chinese president for his great handling of this crisis?
Well, Senator, my pursuit is under consumer protection laws and antitrust laws. You know, consumer protection laws and tort laws often account and hold these actors responsible. So for me, on behalf of all Mississippians, I'm considering what China did. I mean, they silenced medical professionals. They threatened them to deter alerting others, which meant all Mississippians were not aware of what was about to happen. They censored social media, and they nationalized the manufacturing and hoarding of PPE. And that's a tremendous issue for me on what they did and how over this and caused us to have the issues under the Consumer Protection Act. And again, they took advantage of us. They knew, and they failed to warn us.
Thank you. Just one last point. I want to join Senator Cornyn because I was the lead Democratic sponsor of the JASTA Act in suggesting that it's certainly possible for us to amend this law to protect the American people, including the people of Mississippi and all the people of the United States who have suffered such disastrous harm here, if in fact your theory, Madam Attorney General, needs that kind of support, and I know you can always meet. And just to say, those lobbyists are still at it on JASTA because they're preventing just treatment of the people who suffered, the families who suffered during 9/11, And I hope that we as a committee will join together, as many of my colleagues have in the past, in continuing our bipartisan support for those 9/11.
Thank you very much. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for this hearing on this exceptionally important topic. I believe the Communist government of China bears enormous culpability for this global pandemic we're seeing. Conduct can be understood at two different phases. Number one, China's conduct concerning the origin of this pandemic, and number two, China's conduct after the beginning of this outbreak. Let's talk about the origin. There are a lot of questions that have not yet been answered. What we do know is in Wuhan, China, where this pandemic began, there were not one but two state-owned and state-controlled laboratories that were both coronaviruses, but coronaviruses derived from bats, from a species of bat that is not found within 800 miles of Wuhan, the same species of bat that now the scientists tell us they believe this may have originated with. Senator from Connecticut responded to that, as some in the media have responded, by saying there's no evidence that this virus was created in a laboratory. I agree with you. I've heard no evidence that suggests this virus was created in a laboratory. What there is evidence to conclude is that one or both of these laboratories were studying this virus, and that the virus may have accidentally escaped from those laboratories. One of those two labs was within a few hundred yards of the wet market where the first outbreak occurred. We also know that prior to this pandemic, there were multiple U.S. State Department cables raising concerns that these labs had exceptionally shoddy security, raising concerns specifically that because of their poor security, there was a real risk of a global pandemic originating from these labs. Now, as I noted, we don't know that for sure. Part of the reason we don't know for sure is the Chinese government's behavior after the outbreak was to go into these labs and destroy all their prior samples. You having litigated a lot of cases, when you see someone destroying evidence and trying to hide the secret, it raises a pretty strong inference that the evidence they're destroying shows something they don't want people to know. The second phase of Chinese culpability we do, which is their cover-up. Regardless of whether this originated in nature or this was a naturally occurring virus that was being studied in a Chinese lab that escaped accidentally, regardless of which origin is true, we know that the Communist government of China actively covered up and silenced to stop this pandemic. There were heroic Chinese physicians, whistleblowers who stood up and blew the whistle on this pandemic, who stood up and said, this is really dangerous, we need to stop it. And the Chinese Communist government, they came in, they arrested the whistleblowers, silenced them, they punished them. Had the Chinese government behaved responsible government, had they come in, sent health professionals to Wuhan and quarantined the infected people, there's a very real possibility that this could have been contained as a regional outbreak rather than a global pandemic. But instead, because of the lies of the Chinese Communist government, because of the censorship, because of the... We have today over 474,000 people, 123,000 Americans who have died, and the Chinese bears direct responsibility for those deaths and for the trillions of dollars of economic devastation that has flowed. Now, this hearing is focused on, so what next? And my question for the witnesses, in your judgment, what is the best path forward to achieve two things? One, a clear, objective, trustworthy accounting of China's culpability. That accounting would, among other things, answer the questions about the labs. Were they studying this specific coronavirus? We know they were studying from bats. They refused to answer whether they were studying this virus. What's the best way to achieve an accounting, number one? And number two, what's the best way to achieve accountability? Because we know they're responsible for the cover-up. what is the best way to ensure that they are held accountable for the deaths and devastation that resulted from their misconduct? And if we can go through each of the witnesses, and we'll start us, and then we'll go from there.
Can I just amend your question and say, what's the best way to deter future behavior?
Amen. Let's make it a three-part question.
Thank you, Senator Cruz, and I find myself agreeing wholeheartedly with virtually everything you've said. But the available avenue of relief that we keep hoping for is not in U.S. courts. I'm a former trial lawyer. I used to work with some tobacco partners who were in the business before I was, and so I missed that opportunity.
But if I can ask, what is the best avenue?
So evidence we will not be able to get in a U.S. court proceeding, even if Missouri antitrust law and consumer law applied to China, which it doesn't. We would not be
Okay, I'm going to try again to answer my question about what is the best avenue. You're saying what you think isn't.
Correct, because I feel like there's a false hope and a false conception here of what a U.S. proceeding would do. What a U.S. proceeding would not do is get information. What an international investigation would do is put sufficient pressure on China in the sanctions that we have already started to levy, in combination with intelligence sharing and boots on the ground. If we can send public health experts back to China where they were, pulled them out, as Senator Feinstein said, that is what will enable us to respond to the next pandemic the way we did to Ebola.
Okay.
When it broke up in West
Professor
Africa,
Miller.
we led a response.
Senator Cruz, I think we should pursue, as suggests, an international independent commission, but I don't think that would exclude a robust inquiry by domestic institutions, a commission in the domestic space as well. I think those could operate in tandem. Less pessimistic about the civil process's ability to both set a narrative about what needs to be accomplished and develop some evidence, or at the very least, the expertise, scientific expertise we would need to discover the truth of this case. And I would add that that combination of tools, a domestic participation in an international commission backed by civil litigation, might be the kind of framework that would point towards the last part of your questions, bringing in the chairman's question, both accountability and for preventing something like this happening in the future. That is, these commissions have to be backed by some legal mechanism. Now, I would add not only the civil litigation possibility, but the legal mechanism of public international as well. So I would like to see both investigation, but supported by the enforceability of a legal mechanism.
Okay, General Fitch.
Thank you, Senator Cruz. The strongest way that we can move forward is with legal action and discovery. We've got to hold China accountable. And so if we go after them for the monetary damages and civil penalties, that's going to be crucial. But what we also do is we deter continued and similar bad acts. So I am very much in favor of moving for a very strong legal posture in this regard to hold China accountable.
Thank you. That was helpful.
Senator Booker.
I'm sorry, I was told that I was after Hirono.
Yes.
Sorry,
I'm
Hirono.
here.
I did it again. Senator Hirono, you're remote. Sorry, Senator Booker.
Okay.
Sorry about that. My bad.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Senator Hirono.
I'd like to follow up a bit on the question that Senator Cruz asked about what would be the best way for us to get to an independent way to determine the cause of this virus. And I heard from, well, obviously Professor Keitner, who expounds that, and Professor Miller, who says we should also have a domestic commission. But I didn't hear from Attorney General Fitch that you still believe, Madam Attorney General, that a lawsuit is the best way to proceed?
Thank you, Senator. I believe that is the strongest pathway we have moving forward. But as we all know, this has affected everyone. Certainly a commission board is extremely important, but to move forward right now, we need to hold them accountable, legal action, discovery, monetary damages, penalties, and then also deter their...
I understand about deterrence, the deterrence value of various kinds of lawsuits. On the other hand, Professor Keitner has said that it is not particular that you will prevail in that lawsuit. So then I would say that it would be a really good way to determine what China was doing. And nobody is sitting here saying that China is without fault, although I have to say that President Trump did say he thanked President Xi Jinping for the way China was handling the coronavirus situation in China. Now, Senator Azar, COVID-19 to be a public health emergency in January of this year. And I'd like to ask the panel, when do you think the president's responsibility kicks in to deal with the healthcare crisis in our own country? I'll start with Professor Keitner.
Thank you, Senator. And indeed, the causation question, as Professor Miller also indicated, there were an award, so let's fast forward. It would be discounted by all of the intervening factors between the outbreak.
Okay, I don't mean to interrupt you, Professor, but really my question is, when does the president's responsibility kick in, regardless of the declaration of a public health emergency was in January of this year, and when does the president's responsibility kick in?
Yes, sorry, it kicks in prior. It kicks in to that, Senator, as soon as there were reports in our intelligence briefings that a new outbreak was emerging.
Attorney General Fitch.
Thank you, Senator. I'm focusing on, my suit focuses on their actions once we knew about the infection. So we moved forward from the time that we knew that we were being compromised and unaware of what was happening, and then we knew what was happening with the PPE and the hoarding, selling of the substandard equipment back to America, and particularly Mississippi.
Professor Miller, when does the president's responsibility or the administration's responsibility kick in once his own secretary declares that there's a health emergency?
Yeah, here I agree with my colleague. I view this as a political question, really. When you refer to the president's responsibility, it's a question of his political responsibility to the people of the United States to act. And if legislation was necessary to trigger some authority, then it would be the president's responsibility to legislation. But as soon as the American public was compromised, jeopardized, or threatened by something like this, then the president needs to act.
Yeah, that's for January. So, Attorney General Fitch, I note that in your complaint, you say that China was engaging in unfair and deceptive trade practices relating to hoarding of necessary personal protective equipment and reselling substandard PPE to a desperate world at inflated prices. Were you aware that in January of this year, the Trump administration turned down an offer from a U.S. manufacturer to produce millions of N95 masks in America? These would be PPEs. Were you aware of that?
Not about the president and about China's acts. I've been very aware of when it affected Mississippians. We knew when the silencing began, the cover-up, the hoarding. So we utilized that date as we move forward.
The thing is that when you claim unfair and deceptive trade practices, that is basically consumer law. That is basically antitrust law. You do have to show that somehow China was able to corner the market. And if there was a U.S. manufacturer perfectly capable of manufacturing this kind of equipment, I think that you would really have a hard time making an antitrust there. So, I just have to wonder whether, Ms. Attorney General, you think that the president did what he should do in terms of his own response. I realize you're going after China, but what about, in your view, was the president's this virus, this pandemic, adequate in your view?
And so I'm proceeding along the lines of my lawsuit on the Consumer Protection Act for Mississippians and the Mistrust Act. We are moving forward in that regard. We can show that China fair and deceptive acts. Also under the antitrust, we're looking at how they were engaged in restraining or attempting to restrain freedom of trade by hoarding it and not providing that to Mississippians. So we're looking at how they created a very unjust.
I get, Ms. Attorney General, is you are having a really hard time. I think there is a general that our own country could have done a lot more so that we don't see tens of people unemployed. In Mississippi also, you have thousands, as well as over 100,000 people dying. I think there's enough blame to go around. And as far as your lawsuit, I used to practice antitrust law myself, and I think it would be a little bit difficult for you to show that there was some sort of restraint on trade. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Rono. Senator Hawley, Ernst, I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Wait a minute, it is Hawley, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Apologize. Getting used to people.
Great, thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
My bad.
Thank you. General Fitch, thanks very much for being here, and to all of the witnesses for being here. General Fitch, I just want to give you an opportunity to respond a little bit further to some of the questions that you were just being asked. Interested to hear that now it appears, at least in the view of some of my Democrat colleagues, that the United States and China are roughly equivalent bad actors when it comes to the coronavirus. Wow, that sounds a lot like the Chinese Communist Party propaganda that we've had jammed down our throats for the last several months, which is really incredible. Did China intentionally suppress information about the nature of this disease?
Thank you, Senator Hawley. And I do respectfully disagree. We do have a case, and it's important that we move forward with this case. And I believe under our Mississippi laws prevail. But if we don't act, then we've been irresponsible by not acting in Mississippi. So that's why I'm bringing this suit, and I believe it will certainly move forward in a monetary way, but it is an important deterrent.
Absolutely. And we know that China lied about the origins of this virus. We know that they lied about what they knew and when they knew it. We know that they did at least as early as December, right, and did not inform the public, didn't inform their own public, jailed the doctors who were trying to blow the whistle, suppressed evidence, lied to the World Health Organization, although they later colluded with the WHO to get them to sweep that under the rug. So I have to say, I think your case is very strong, has been targeted by the Chinese regime, and proudly so. The Chinese Communist Party has threatened to sanction me personally and to sanction my state, the state of Missouri. I'm proud of what you're doing, and I'm proud of the fact that the state of Missouri is right there with you. Missouri has also brought suit in Beijing, and I just want to thank you for your leadership on this. Let me just ask a little bit about your suit. Senator Blumenthal was touching on this earlier. You have brought suit under the commercial activities exception currently to the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act. Have I got that right?
Yes, that's correct, Senator.
And so the commercial exception, and you've made a good argument for it, I have to say, courts traditionally construe that fairly narrowly. Is that fair to say?
That's true, but we believe our action fits squarely within that exception.
I do too. I have to say I do too. But let me just ask you this. If Congress were to take action, such as the proposed, that would make it very clear that states and had an action in court, an actionable case in court under the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act, to make clear that there's no immunity for China and this set of that additional clarification for Congress?
Absolutely, Senator. Any additional exceptions would provide broader avenues for states and individuals to seek justice, and there's no reason to restrict. So thank you for continuing to pursue adding additional tools for us.
Absolutely. And my bill also expressly states that states should have a right to sue for China's role in spreading the coronavirus. China will have no immunity from those suits, and it gives courts, our courts, authorization to freeze Chinese assets in this country in order to make sure that the states and the people you represent can get judgment if and when you win. Would that be helpful to you to have courts ready to be able to attach those assets in order to award damages?
Yes, Senator, that would be extremely helpful to us as we move forward to collect those monetary damages and those civil penalties.
Mr. Miller, in the time that I've got remaining here, and thank you for being here, and I've enjoyed your testimony. Can you just, it's my understanding from your testimony today and your previous work that part of your argument here is that the prospect of state and private suits against China will help bring China to the negotiation table. It creates a form of leverage that is useful from a relations perspective. Have I got your basic position right? Do you want to clarify that for us?
Yeah, I don't want to excuse or eliminate the possibility that civil suits might actually generate some measure of justice for victims by way of civil remedy, but they would have the additional force of supplementing international negotiations and international law measures. And we've seen evidence of that repeatedly, whether we're talking about suits leveled against Iran and ultimate negotiations leading to settlement there. I expect that the suiting against Saudi Arabia, for example, based on the atrocities of 9/11, will also have some effect in the international law negotiations. And that will be true with respect to the embassy bombings and those suits as well. I don't see why this civil law remedy also be a contribution to those public international law mechanisms.
Very good. Well said, Mr. Miller. I think that's very well said. I agree with you completely, and I think that puts the case very strongly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Booker.
Thank you very much. Focus my questions today to Professor Keitner, just to make it easier, if you don't mind. I just find it exciting that there is so much bipartisan sentiment and agreement on just, frankly, that China has been one of the malign forces on state-sponsored espionage in our country. They're forcing our companies to share technology and secrets. They're corporate espionage and on, currency manipulation. China is a bad, threatening in so many ways our economy, and now I want to talk to you a little bit about them threatening our health. So we know China, this authoritarian nation, it's a system in which information flow is deeply restricted. There is no doubt that China should have been more transparent regarding the extremely dangerous nature of this virus and the urgency for a global response. Indeed, as early as November and December of last year, there was evidence of the emergence of an atypical pneumonia linked to a wholesale market in China. In late December, members of the medical community were reprimanded in China by the state for speaking out about the truth of what was happening as they tried to put a chill on information emerging. It's clear that China's early response to COVID-19 had a horrific and lethal consequence for the United States and the rest of the world. But the problems go deeper than China's immediate response to COVID-19 itself. Back in April, I led a bipartisan letter with Chairman Lindsey Graham and many of my colleagues calling for an immediate global ban on live wildlife markets, so-called wet markets, and the international trade of wildlife. This is the kind of market where COVID-19 outbreak is believed to have originated, as you know, and as other of my colleagues have been bringing up. Vendors, shoppers, and live and dead animals species all jammed into really close quarters, and the markets are therefore ideal for terrible places for diseases to jump, so-called zoonotic diseases to jump to humans. And so, Professor Keitner, just a few quick questions. What legislative tools can Congress use to try to push for the global ban on live wildlife markets and the international? And the second part of this question is, earlier this year, China actually announced that it was banning the trade and consumption of wild animals, but a number of analyses show that China's ban has a significant, including the exception for purposes, so-called medical purposes. What tools, again, can Congress use to push China and, frankly, other countries to impose strong, serious bans on wildlife markets related to training to really save potential pandemics in the future?
Thank you, Senator, and I commend you and Senator Graham for your letter and for that initiative. And I think the international forum to which you've addressed that letter, the idea that we need international cooperation, and then if the United States were willing to take a step forward and make whatever agreed commitments countries signed up for, to make them enforceable, which is something that we are often hesitant to do because of what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. We also want to, preserve our freedom of maneuver. But if we were able to negotiate the terms of a treaty and make those enforceable, we could shame China, and Congress can take a leading role, in particular through your appropriations power, in ensuring that sufficient funding went to the bodies that were administering that new regime.
Thank you so much. And, it's problematic because you see this cycle happening. And break in 2003, China implemented a narrow ban on wildlife trading, but it was temporary, and China later rolled it back. And so this is really a time that we should be leading a global effort against this. And so real quick, the last question is, it's clear that China has been downplaying and obfuscating the threat posed by COVID-19, as we said early on, and the ways that have had lasting and deadly impacts. But we have to also acknowledge that is not the only reason why we see death rates in our country that are so staggeringly high, especially relative to our peer nations. The World Health Organization in January declared COVID-19 to be a public health emergency of international concern, but it really took 6 weeks for us as a nation to declare it a national emergency, 6 weeks for the Trump administration to act. And the first case of COVID-19 in the United States was in January 1st. Taiwan's first reported case was actually on the exact same day. South Korea was 1 day earlier. All three countries have had the same information regarding the genetic characteristics and the lethality of the virus. Taiwan has lost 7 people to COVID-19. South Korea, 281. This country is now past 122,000 people. And so I know the committee is considering proposals to amend the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act to enable COVID-related civil rights lawsuits to proceed in foreign nations. But you actually, I think, something that we should highlight, which was, I quote, the catalog of the shortcomings in U.S., local, state, and federal, the threat that was reportedly highlighted by the Intelligence Committee in the President's daily briefing as mid-January brings up a whole bunch of complications. And so the one question I'd say is, can you just explain really quick, I want you to put it on the outline in these proposals, is misguided because of the potential for engaging unattracted litigation, literally having to be subject to discovery into errors made by the Trump and other governmental entities. Sovereign immunity is based on the idea of reciprocity, and we respect the principle of sovereign immunity in our courts, and in return we expect the same in other countries. Doesn't this dredge up a lot of and vulnerabilities to mistakes that were made by the Trump administration?
Specific point of discovery, because I know our time is short, I will say, of course, and information is much more readily available from U.S. sources, so that would absolutely come out in court if we ever got to that point, with the only exception of course, classified information, which would be another problem for the plaintiffs, as we have seen in the ongoing 9/11 litigation.
Thank you very much. Chairman, thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you. Senator Ernst.
Thank you very much. And just insight's always 2020. It is always 2020. And faced with a pandemic, administration did an admirable job in trying to do the absolute best they can to protect our population. When the Chinese government coming with information on how we could protect ourselves, that lies with the Chinese government. So I know that this administration faced some pretty serious criticism very early on in the pandemic for not allowing people to travel from affected countries to our country. So many things were brought up about that period of time, a huge amount of criticism heaped on this administration, and yet it was the right thing to do. Again, hindsight is 2020. Now we have those that are questioning why didn't he do this sooner? Well, maybe because of all the criticism that was being placed upon the administration for trying to do the right thing. So a study published in March out of the University of Southampton in the United Kingdom, I think we've talked a lot about that, indicated that if those Chinese authorities had acted 3 weeks earlier than they did, the number of coronavirus cases could have been reduced by 95%. Spread would have been severely limited. And so let's just think about that a little bit. We know that vastly downplayed, again, the emergence of the coronavirus as early as the fall of 2019. And if China had, tens of thousands of American lives could have been saved, and potentially Americans could still be going to work. So the Chinese government's lying and obstructionism hasn't just impacted our ability to respond to the virus, it's also escalated to the level of blatant theft with the goal to erode U.S. military leadership. In April, the U.S. PACOM Pacific Command Admiral Davidson, he testified before Congress that he believed China was, quote, stealing technology in just about every domain and trying to use it to their advantage, end quote. This in addition to ongoing cyber operations targeting our intellectual property. China has absolutely no respect for the law. They will do anything they can to get a leg up, and whether that's stealing sensitive military secrets or letting people die to avoid taking responsibility for the spread of COVID-19. So what I want to see, and many of Iowans want to see too, is for China to pay for this deadly obstruction. To allow the Chinese Communist Party to go unpunished would be a travesty, and it would result in this cycle of lying to go on. And so thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having this hearing and attempting to tackle the issue. I'm also glad that throughout Congress conversation about how we can best bring the manufacturing of critical medical supplies home. I'm working on some legislation on that front and forward to ensuring that if this happens again, and it will, I'm sure, if the Communist Chinese Party continues on like they have, that we're not subjects of China. So I'd like to start my question with Attorney General Fitch. And thank you so much, Attorney General, for being with us today and for being the first woman to serve as AG of Mississippi. Thank you for being a strong role model. So Attorney General, Mississippi was one of the first states to file suit against China due to their failure to inform us about COVID-19. So we've heard a lot about retaliation lawsuits regarding COVID-19, some really insane statements coming out that their legislature would be willing to allow Chinese actors to, of course, then turn around and sue Americans. So can you talk to me a little bit about the allegation that China might have against your state? And if so, what can Congress do to help us learn?
Thank you, Senator Ernst. I appreciate that. And it's an honor to serve as the first woman Attorney General and represent all Mississippians. Certainly, repetitive bad actions, and we have to hold them accountable. Certainly, they will pressure all of us who are looking to do that. But we're prepared, and if we continue to hold them accountable, if we go for minor and civil penalties, we begin the deterrent process, they will stop. And it'll be a sign to all the nations that we will not tolerate that on behalf of Americans, Mississippians, everyone across our many states. So I understand that there's that possibility, but we have to stand united.
Yeah, thank you so much, Attorney General. My time has expired. China has been a darn bad actor for a very long time. I think Americans are sick and tired of taking it in the shorts from China. So it's about time that we stand up for ourselves and let them know that we will not tolerate it any longer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I don't like Mississippi, given what I've heard from the Attorney General. Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank you for this hearing today and our witnesses here. You know, it's so interesting to hear this conversation. And I think we all know that this year, China, this was in February, after the Wall Street Journal put an article up, it was titled, "China is the Real Sick Man of Asia." Then what did China do? They expelled 3 journalists. Then you have found out, as we've talked to activists and people on the ground, they had this pandemic on their hands for 51 days. Not to take an action, what did they do? They were buying up and hoarding PPE. And as you've heard earlier from others, they were locking people in their apartments. They were leaving them to die. They had 3,000 cases. Before they said anything, they wouldn't let you travel in China, but you could get on a plane in Wuhan and go anywhere else on the face of the earth, and they were fine with that. So you have to ask yourself, why were they doing this? Now, there's been talk about legislation, and I'm so grateful, Chairman, for having the hearing on this today. And we have referenced JASTA that we did in 2016 when we made that except 3,000 families that were adversely impacted, the loss of life, 3,000 lives on 9/11. And it allowed those September 11th families to seek that compensation from Saudi Arabia. Now, I think as of this week, we have 122,000 lives in this country. And why? Because of this virus. And as the chairman said, we don't know if it came from the lab, if it came from the wet market. We do know that it came from Wuhan, China. So this is why my colleagues on the Stop COVID Act that would again provide ending of the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act and give America their day in court. So AG Fitch, first of all, I want to thank you for stepping up and doing this. And I want to ask you just a couple of things. Do you think are going to join you in this lawsuit? And how would state attorneys generals and then the American people, their citizens, benefit from having another tool in the toolbox that they could seek that compensation from the Chinese Communist Party?
We have to hold them accountable. We have to be very strong in our actions. I think that more attorneys general will continue to be a part of it. We have already sent a letter of 21 attorneys general requesting continued action, legislation to give us more tools to pursue. It's certainly about monetary compensation and penalties, but it truly goes back to the deterrence. China needs to know that America, we're going to use every tool at our disposal. And the more that you're able to provide through additional exceptions and legislation, critical, helps us hold them accountable, because we're not going to allow them to be done with this pandemic. So I think you'll see more and more AGs move forward with this is a very malicious behavior on behalf of China. And so we have got to, again, look at every avenue that we can and make them be on notice that they cannot do harm to us.
So there are 21 attorneys general that are looking at seeking some type restitution. Is that what you just said?
That's correct, Senator. We have letters requesting additional legislation to help provide ways to go after and hold account.
Okay, that is helpful to us, and we hope COVID Act passed that we can provide for that. Professor Miller, I want to talk with you just a minute about China responsibility and on China's responsibility for the global pandemic. And you discuss how a famous 1920s international law case has great implications for holding China accountable today. And in that case, Canada paid reparations to the U.S. after toxins from a Canadian zinc smelter destroyed parts of the Pacific Northwest. You wrote, and I'm quoting, "If Canada had good environmental laws in place, the smelter wouldn't be pulled and wouldn't have done harm in the U.S., end quote. Likewise, and again quoting, "If China had maintained a safety regulatory regime, the harm wouldn't have been spread," end quote. So talk for just a minute about how Chinese citizens, by our holding China accountable for what they have done, not only to the U.S., but to other nations.
The arguments that I'm making point to, and frankly this draws on the questions of Senator Booker, the arguments I'm making is that the sale of wildlife in China has been a repeated cause of the emergence of these viral outbreaks and potentially eventual pandemics. But to talk about that is really to talk about a regulatory failure on the part of to maintain an adequate and an effective food safety regulatory regime. Regulatory failure, just as it was regulatory failure for Canada to maintain a proper environmental and pollution abatement regime. If that's the case, then it's not only American citizens that would benefit from some accountability with respect to a regulatory failure like that, but in the very instance, it's going to be Chinese citizens that will be the beneficiaries of our efforts here. That is, they're first in line for exposure to these outbreaks. And as we've heard repeatedly today from all sides, that they're at great risk of human rights violations should an outbreak take place and the regime there seek to try to control it. And in this sense, the attempt to hold China accountable for its regulatory failure, its regulatory neglect, speaks first and foremost to the interests of Chinese citizens.
Thank you. Would you like to finish up, Senator Blackburn?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your work on producing a product that the committee will consider. Thank you all to the witnesses. I appreciate what you brought to the table here. We're not a court of law, so we're going to decide the case, and we can all have our own opinions about who's to blame in terms of the next election cycle. My goal is to put more tools on the table to make sure that China understands enough is enough, and what we've done in the past hasn't worked. So it's been a very helpful hearing. We'll hold the record open the appropriate period of time for additional comments and questions, and the hearing's adjourned. Thank you all, and Attorney General, thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you.
In the areas where it may get out of control, we certainly know states that are doing that now, would you say that we might have to go backwards in some of the progress and we may have to shut down?
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily, first of all, I agree with what you're saying. I wouldn't necessarily say an absolute shutdown, lockdown. Right. But if someone is going from gateway to phase 1 to phase 2, and they get into trouble and back to phase 1, I don't think they necessarily need to go back to lockdown.
Thank you. Thank you all. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Now we go to Delaware. Ms. Rochester, please unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much to the panel. We know that under normal circumstances, when uninsurance, health insurance, the lack of that, as well as the underinsurance of individuals is a big problem for our country. But right now with the current pandemic and the high unemployment rate, it's an absolute crisis. And I want to turn this into a debate about the Affordable Care Act or Medicaid expansion, the disputes that we may have. The fact remains that millions of people in our country are either without health insurance, or they can't afford to use it. And they are especially vulnerable right now. There are close to 30 million people without health insurance in this country. And for those people, it will undoubtedly be harder to receive testing and treatment. And when a vaccine is developed, they will likely struggle to access that vaccine. Dr. Fauci, as a matter of public health, would you agree that during a pandemic such as COVID-19, it is in everyone's interest for people to be quickly tested, treated, and ultimately vaccinated?
I agree.
And Dr. Fauci, if approximately 30 million people in this country can't easily admit and vaccines because they lack health coverage, that present a public health risk?
I feel as a physician, a scientist, and a public health official that everyone should have access to the kinds of things that we're talking about, testing, as well as accessibility to a vaccine and health care.
Admiral, the administration has suggested that money from the Provider Relief Fund, struggling providers, is how it will pay for care for the uninsured. When can we expect from this administration for how it plans to provide treatment and vaccines to people with insurance status?
The vaccine plan, I think, is currently underway, as you heard Dr. Redfield do that. I work very closely with HRSA on making sure that everyone can get free testing. That program is underway, and the claims reimbursement is up to about $186 million now. So I know that's ongoing and would be glad to have HRSA or anyone else answer any specific more questions that you would have. But I do agree with the premise, again, that it is absolutely critical, not only in a pandemic, but under any other times, that people who need testing get their testing, that they get the health care that they need, and most importantly, they're being vaccinated.
I don't know if anyone on the panel could answer this question, but were there conversations about expanding Medicaid or opening up enrollment CA to actually mitigate the risks?
So I'm just going to say that I am not a member of this force, but am at most of the meetings as an invited guest for obvious reasons. And I think there were discussions across the board about all options. All options were looked at and discussed in order to make it was clear that the objective needed to be that no one should be waiting in need of care because of a lack of coverage. And I would say that every option was really looked at. Administration at the White House decided on this way to move forward.
I will reserve my comment to just say that I think those options would have been no-brainers. I champion legislation included in the HEROES Act to cover COVID-19 treatment with no cost sharing. And the HEROES Act also included a provision that would provide coverage of COVID-19 treatment and vaccines to Medicaid for everyone who's uninsured. I sincerely hope our colleagues in the Senate will take up the HEROES Act so that we can make sure that everyone in this country can access the vaccines they need. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Soto of Florida. Please unmute.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to go through a little bit of a timeline. On January 23rd through 28th, President Trump received 2 intelligence briefings on the coronavirus to White House officials. From early January well into mid-March, President Trump deliberately misled the American people into believing the coronavirus was, quote, well under control. He declared on several occasions it will disappear. And as late as March 12th, he stated, quote, it's going to go away. The very next day, on March 13th, he finally declares the national emergency. Approximately 50 days passed from the time President Trump received his first coronavirus intelligence briefings until he finally declared the national emergency. Add in 6 weeks we lost in ramping up testing at the contamination, and the results of President's disastrous response have been deadly. The United States has more COVID-19 deaths and more cases than any country in the world. Over 120,000 Americans are dead. 2.4 million Americans contracted the virus, and the economic fallout has left 43 million Americans out of work. To argue that its response has somehow been a success is really quite astounding. It's our job to conduct oversight and hold the administration accountable regardless of regardless of your party. So moving forward, Dr. Fauci, the House has already passed the HEROES Act, which includes $75 billion in additional coronavirus testing, contact tracing, and isolation measures. How important is this funding to our continued efforts to combat COVID-19 in the United States?
Thank you for that question, Congressman. As we have said throughout this hearing, clearly testing, even more widespread testing on a surveillance basis is absolutely essential for us to really get a full understanding of the penetrance of the among individuals who are asymptomatic. So the short answer.
Thank you. And Dr. Fauci, how important is this additional funding to stop recent increases in COVID-19 cases as seen in my home state of Florida?
Again, in attune with what I just mentioned, the more that you understand the dynamics of the infection, the more that you understand the distribution, the more chance you have of better control for identifying, isolating, contact tracing, and concentrating the resources in those areas where you have the most problem. You won't know that unless you know exactly what the penetrance is in your community.
Thank you. Commissioner Hahn, there's a shortage of remdesivir in Central Florida in and around my district. Will the FDA be able to assist the shortage, and have we seen other shortages of remdesivir across the country?
Sorry, Congress, really appreciate the question. We are working closely with HHS as well as the White House Coronavirus Task Force, who are responsible for the distribution of remdesivir. We do know that we have a supply in this country, and I am very happy to work with you and with others, get in touch with yours to make sure that there's adequately supply for Central Florida.
Commissioner Hahn, Dr. Redfield, we saw after the nation, we lost 6 weeks in ramping up testing. And now, do you think that the United States' relationship with the World Health Organization is important to the future of combating the coronavirus, both in the United States and worldwide?
Thank you very much, Congressman. We continue to have an important public health relationship with the WHO. We've had a long history of partnership with them. We're currently involved in a number of very important public health efforts, eradication of polio, responding to the Ebola outbreak in the DRC, developing influenza surveillance system across the nation. So we continue that a partnership at the scientific and public health level.
Thank you, Dr. Redfield. And so it's going to be very important not to defund the World Health Organization since it's for our national interests. And with that, I yield back.
And last but certainly not least is Mr. O'Halloran.
And I owe it to everybody's face, Mr. Chairman. Members of the panel, thank you for being here today. I'm going to start out with a forest fire. I've been to 3 of them last week because my district has 8 going on right now. And when I get to an incident control meeting, the leader of that incident control team is there, and then the division managers for that fire are all there too, or on the phone, and being able to address the issues, as are all the community organizations, police, fire, emergency response groups. They're all on those meetings, and there's multiple meetings during the course of the week with the citizens of those communities at risk. And now I'm in a process where I'm trying to figure out how this whole process is working from the standpoint of, we're here now, what's happened, we can't change that. But going forward, how are we going to address that we have enough of the testing equipment and not training equipment, the tracing equipment, in order to address the issues potentially in October, November, and into the winter? How are we going to, or will we have, a command and control system that doesn't include 50 people doing whatever they want to do, and not any ability to react to hotspots as they occur as quickly as they should, maybe? And are we going to be ready? Hotspots. I have Navajo is my district. I have a White Mountain Apache in my district. White Mountain Apache and Hunter have gotten the virus. That's out of 12,000 people. Navajo, the whole nation knows what happened on Navajo. It took us weeks help up there to be able to address that problem. And White Mountain Apache are still calling me all the time saying, where is this and where is that? So it's obvious that we have a shortage right now. How can we be guaranteed that we're going to have the necessary and materials to be able to address it coming up during a flu season and the pandemic at the same time? And then transparency and accountability. I don't know how right now you trace a transparency and accountability in this system, because it's almost impossible, because that was my fault. So, and I think every one of your groups has done an outstanding job. I just can't find out what you're doing on a regular basis. I hear something on the news, but that doesn't mean that I really end up knowing what it is. So, Dr. Fauci, could you explain to me now, and how are we going to attack these hotspots and address all the issues I just talked about by the fall, and will we be prepared? And I guess most of all is the entire process of how do we look that has different ideas and concepts right now to be able to understand the complicated nature that all of you have addressed here today, and the overwhelming need to cooperate with one another as America always has. Dr. Fauci?
You asked a lot there. I'll try to be succinct in my answer. So where we are now, as I said a little bit ago, that it really is a mixed bag. It's a big country, it's very heterogeneous, and you can't have essentially a unidimensional approach to the difference between Arizona and the things you're responsible for and New York City metropolitan area. Some areas have done very well, are well controlled. They're going through the others that we've discussed in detail today are doing poorly, and we're very concerned about them. So you're talking about we get into the fall and the winter. The first thing that we would need to do is to try as best as possible to get the complete outbreak under control so that everything is at such a low level that come up, you can contain them, as opposed to where you're essentially chasing after a forest fire that you just mentioned. Hopefully, we'll get that under control soon. The other thing we need to do is to get the material, which we are doing, and Admiral Giroir, I'm sure, will comment on that because he's done a phenomenal job of doing that. Getting the PPE, getting the ventilators, getting the equipment that we need, and have them in store. So hope it's if and not when, but if we ever need them, we'll have them that we were in February and March.
Will we have them by October and November?
Yeah, I believe we will. We certainly will have the testing that we did not have early on. We will have it by October. With regard to the other things, the PPEs and the others, perhaps Admiral Giroir can help you with that.
Thank you again, and again, this is what we spend all our time working on under the cooperation with Department of Defense, FEMA, HHS. We've already talked about testing, and if you want a person with accountability, it's me. If we don't have it, you look problem. But the whole testing infrastructure is really working together. The laboratory supplies, the laboratory testing, the NIH program, the BARDA program is all working in synergy, and I'm cool all that to make sure it happens. In terms of PPE, we had a long way to go because almost nothing was made in the United States. I mean, literally, almost nothing was made in the United States. I mentioned earlier that a good example would be the N95 masks, and Admiral Polubchek tells me as a result of everything, we're going to have about 180 million per month made in the United States by the fall. That's ramping up very quickly, so we feel pretty good about that. And ventilators were just a good success story. I worked a lot on the ventilator problem early on. I'm an intensive care physician. That's probably the only thing, ventilators, but we were very concerned about that, and by July, about 50,000 in the stockpile. We only had 19,000 to begin with, but we'll have 50,000, so we think for that. And I'm going to use a word of Dr. Fauci. I'm cautiously optimistic, but I am very cautious, and I still don't sleep well at night because we have a long way to go. And I just want to make the point that everyone has made. It's not like this is all going to happen to us. The American people have a lot to say about this, and we want to emphasize following the guidelines, following the phases, avoiding mass gatherings, wearing these things, using hand hygiene. We have a lot to say about where this is going to go, but we all need to continue to work together to make that happen.
Thank you, Admiral. And I yield.
Thank you. Let me thank all of you for 6 hours, I guess, and a really thorough analysis of what's going on. So I want to emphasize again, we really appreciate your being here and your thoughtful responses to everything. Thank you so much. And I'm going to let you go because I have a long list here of documents to read for the record, so you don't have to stay for that. But thank you again. I want to remind members that pursuant to committee rules, they have 10 business days to submit additional questions for the record to be answered by the witnesses who have witnessed to respond promptly to any such questions that you may receive. And we would like to insert in the record by unanimous consent the following documents: a letter from the American Society of Microbiology to the committee dated June 23, 2020, a letter from the Alzheimer's Association to the committee dated June 23, 2020, a letter from AFSCME to the chairman dated June 23, 2020, a letter from the American Society of Hermatology dated June 23, 2020, graph from Representative Olson on COVID-19 cases in the Houston area, a statement from Representative Burgess dated June 23, 2020, and a letter called in on Committee Rule 9B1 dated June 23, 2020. And I'll repeat again that any member that wishes to submit a opening statement for the is certainly encouraged to do so. And at this time, the committee is adjourned. Thank you to everyone.
唔好害人哋啲仔女啦。鋪頭啊，勁有乜辛苦？日日打黑色衫，打黑色衫，我哋嘅後生仔。鋪頭啊，啲勁天沙林樣，日日爭取打交，爭取打交，又破壞香港。打傳媒，打傳媒，打議員，打議員仔，打圈仔，打死黑警，打爛呢個家園啊！死黑警又唔做嘢，又唔讀書，死黑警點解我嘅唔公義害人嘅睇？我們街勁啊！全家仔女都喊，死黑警！我冇罪㗎，點解要搞我咧？黑警就係我哋仇人，黑警日日鬧事，黑警破壞香港法例，黑警破壞香港法例。黑警就係我哋仇人，黑警日日鬧事，黑警香港法例，黑警破壞香港法例，香港法例，香港法例。